Amos leads a professional career that has now established itself as status quo. He has appeared before many public forums, including radio and television guest appearances. He has lectured at a large number of colleges and universities, including Fordham, Columbia, Temple, Tulane, New York, North Carolina A&T, Florida A&M universities, and others. He has also lectured before many groups, conferences, and organizations, both lay and professional, including the National Association of Black Social Workers, the National Association of Black Psychologists, the Rockland Children's Psychiatric Center staff. Twice he has been invited to appear before the New York State Assembly's Committee on Children and Families and the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. Dr. Wilson was called upon to testify before the Government Operations Committee, chaired by the Honorable John Conyers, regarding the National Institute of Health's Federal Violence Initiative. Dr. Amos has 4 profound books. One is The Developmental Psychology of the Black Child, 2, Understanding Black Adolescent Male Violence, 3, Awakening the Natural Genius of Black Children, and 4, Black on Black Violence. Brothers and sisters, remember, we have to study, but most of all, we have to practice. We have to serve as an example because the power of example is the most moving force. But it is time, almost the year 2000, that we must affirm that and truly be that beginning that never ends. So let's give a warm African welcome for Dr. Amos Wilson.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you
very much. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to have been invited to speak with you this evening and to share this time with you this evening, and to wish you all the best of the coming year and the years to come. I'm going to talk a bit about special education this evening. I want to beg your indulgence, though, because for many people it may not appear that I'm talking about education directly. We have to be aware of the fact that sometimes we really may not serve ourselves so well when we appear to come directly at a problem such as special ed, you see. Because sometimes when you come so directly at it, you omit looking at the context of the problem. And we also have to watch the tendency, due to our being here in this system, to focus so exclusively on one issue that we ignore other very important issues. This system, for instance, tries to get us to talk about problems that confront us as people and not consider the political, economic context in which these problems are generated. And often, though we are well-meaning, when we do this, we end up not solving the problems. So I'll beg your indulgence because I'm going to talk a bit about some things that may appear not to be directly related to special ed, but I think you will realize that they are. I want to start off by indicating that for the African in America, whether as slave or as so-called freedman, has always been subjected to a special education. And this is the thing we have to recognize. We have to forget that this thing called special education is something special. There's nothing special about special education. Black people have been specially educated from day one. We've always been the subjects of a special education. So this thing that you call special education is special education within special education. It's just a subclass of the general special education to which we have been subjected as a people and to which we are now subjected as a people. This is no less the case, this being subjected to a special education today as it was in 1619 when we first set foot on this planet. And for the same essential reasons. That is, we are specially educated in this system for essentially the same reasons in 1993 as we were in 1619. I have told you often that there are certain things that remain constant despite all obvious changes. And it is very important that we as a people recognize the constants and not be deceived by apparent changes. We must recognize when the changes are engaged in order to maintain the constants, to keep the world the same. And many times, many of us are deceived by apparent changes, and we then lose sight of what is consistent in the world. I've talked then about what I call European constants, those intentionalities of Europeans that have been present since the 15th century, as far as we are concerned, are still present right here today and are expected by Europeans to be present into the foreseeable future. And no matter what has happened, these expectations have remained consistent. And if there have been changes, and drastic changes in terms of our relationships to Europeans, these constants have remained the same, and these changes have been engaged in to maintain them. Some of those constants you've heard me mention. One, of course, which is very important, which we see operating in Africa today, which we've seen operating in Panama, in Grenada, and which will operate in the future on the African continent and other places where African people are, is what we call the military differential. With Europeans who are 10% of the population, their continued dominance rests on their maintaining superior military force. In fact, to a great extent, our being over here today is the result of military differences. There is no intention for the Europeans to equalize that differential between Africans and themselves. That differential has been there since we met them, and it has really not changed up to this very moment. And we see it operating in Africa at this very moment. And there is the intention that it will continue to operate in the world. Hidden behind this intentionality are a lot of glorious looking things, such as non-proliferation treaties. The treaty that Bush just signed with Yeltsin, perpetrated in the name of peace, when it is nothing more than an intention to maintain European power by limiting the growth of military power on the part of non-European people. It has nothing to do with peace. It has to do with maintaining superiority and white supremacy in the world. So we must not be deceived by these games. To maintain the European, of course, has all intentions to maintain the economic differential. There is no intention for the European to see Africans as equally, economically equal with them, no matter what the talk is about. There is every intention for the European to continue to exploit African natural and human resources, no matter in what guise, even though he may appoint African so-called leaders and support African regimes. The intention is the same as it always has been, to maintain economic advantage of African people, to maintain the technological differential. These are constants. And we saw European technology as it was used against our ancestors. The intention is that it will be used in the future as it is used now. The Europeans intend to maintain the power of definition, which we'll talk about tonight. Because special education, as we will talk about shortly, is a definition. And as I said, I think earlier today, before we get involved in a discussion of special education, we should ask, why have we permitted the Europeans to define what it is? Why do they have the power to do so, and why do we submit to their definition of our behavior as a people? So before you get caught up in the intricacies of whether tests can differentiate between the learning disabled and the non-disabled, you should ask first questions first. Who determines it? And why are they able to impose their determination on us as a people? It is through then defining the world, as we will elaborate, that the European manipulates the world and maintains his power in it. And therefore he intends to maintain that power of definition. He intends to maintain control of the domain of discourse. A great deal of the discussion today over the various kinds of curricula, the multicultural curriculum, the curriculum of inclusion, the African-centered curriculum, and so forth, are struggles with the European over who will define what it is important to talk about. What shall be taught and what shall not be taught. What people shall learn and not learn. What educational experience shall people undergo and not undergo? Because all of these are related to power and to power relations. And therefore, if the European is intending to maintain power and control of the world, he must seek to maintain control over the domain of discourse, to decide what is worth talking about, to decide what is news, to decide the subject matter of curricula of various types. There are other areas, the area, of course, of always making those things African secondary to those things European. These constants were there from the beginning, they're here now, and there's every intention for them to remain in the future. Despite the elevation of blacks to high-level jobs, despite, some amounts of assimilationism, and despite some multiculturalism in the schools and so forth, these intentions remain the same. And it becomes very important for you to watch the changes and how they maintain these things. Because if you are to gain power in the world, it must be these very things which must be changed, ladies and gentlemen. The education of Africans has always revolved around education for servitude. That has not changed one whit. I have warned in Awakening the Natural Genius of Black Children that the main purpose of education is not preparing black children for jobs. It is not preparing them to work for white folk. That is not the main purpose of the education of our children or our people. For if that is our main purpose, then it means another constant has remained in the world, and that's the constant of slavery under a different name. Now it's called looking for a job, with the same people having the jobs and the same people determining our wages. If you're talking about true change in the world, then you must educate yourself to create your own jobs and to employ yourself. But today, education for blacks, I don't care how high it is essentially still being defined in terms of servitude. And we think, when we are educated, in terms of how and where we will be employed by Europeans. That has to change. But the education of black people from 1619 right to this very moment has had this as a central tenet. Training black folk to serve white folks' interest. Training black folk to be as productive as possible for Europeans, with the Europeans owning the means of production. Education that was separate and unequal. And believe me, I'm not an advocate of integrated education. Education that was ultimately and is ultimately degrading to black people has not changed. It was that way from the beginning, and is that way right now. Education that ultimately insults the history and culture of African people. Education that is Eurocentric, meaning an education that prepares black people to maintain European power as the central power in the world. Education of black people according to the white man's estimation of black intelligence and his need to shape and direct it. I've warned you before that you need to change the definition of intelligence before you get into an argument with Europeans as to whether their tests are measuring intelligence or not. You must ask, what is the political function of your definition of intelligence? What is the political economy of your definition of intelligence? And why is it that the way you define intelligence always ends up that means intelligent people work for you and your interest? So consequently then, we must recognize as an African people that the ultimate goal of intelligence must be that of preparing a people to solve their problems. The way intelligence is defined today and in America is such that if we as African people are said to behave intelligently, we are behaving in ways to perpetuate our oppression and to maintain European power over us. And therefore, it becomes important to the European to define what intelligence is and to define how it is measured, and for us to engage in futile arguments as to whether it's caused by cultural differences or genetic differences, when it really is not even the point. According to Henry Allen Bullock, author of A History of Negro Education in the South from 1619 to the present, in the beginning there was no thought of educating Negroes. Yet the necessity to do so was always present. You see, ultimately the white man is faced with a dilemma. In his heart and way, he would not like to educate us, but the very structure and demands and dynamics of his economic system in a way forces him to do so. And so even though he'd had no intentions, and you can see in the history books some overt statements about not educating blacks, and of course if you read the history of Frederick Douglass, you saw the issue there of the slave master and his reading abilities, what kind of problems they created. But in a sense, the white man's education of the African man under white supremacy has been very ambivalent, both intentional and non-intentional. Bullock goes on to say that soon after the establishment of the slave regime in the American South, there was set in motion unintentional processes destined to introduce the first of many educational opportunities that Negroes were to have prior to the Civil War. Because we must recognize that the plantation system and the slave system was what we call a rational system, in the sense that it was an organized economic system and operated according to definite goals and intentions. And another expression of rational business practice in terms of the slave system of the South appeared in the attempts of planters to utilize their labor efficiently, you see. So if you've got an economic system, whether that system is called slavery or not, ultimately you want to make it function efficiently. to get the greatest bang for the buck. A complex system of division of slave labor was instituted on every plantation, and all of this was done in pursuit of maximum production per unit of slave labor. If you would read the magazines during this period, you will see great discussions as to how to maximize production on the plantation, how to relate to the slaves, how to train them, and how to motivate them so as to maximize profit. So within the broad limits of this rational system, he, the slave master, was expected to require and get absolute obedience, loyalty, docility, diligence, and other patterns of behavior considered essential for profitable production and survival of the slavery economy. Another constant that has not changed, has it? Not at all. For, ladies and gentlemen, this is the central essence of the education of African Americans today. To maximize what? Production for Europeans, and to establish in the African body absolute obedience, loyalty, docility, diligence, and other patterns of behavior considered essential for whom? For Africans themselves? No. Profitable for production and survival of the European economy. That's why we define ourselves in terms of our education as preparing to get jobs from Europeans. And how best to what? Qualify ourselves to fit in the European economy so that we can aid its efficiency. The laws of every slave state backed the normative line which he, the master, could draw, and every slave was expected to fear the consequences of any deviation from the range of tolerance his master set. And we shall see again, these rules that determine special education still have these things in mind, because these rules are rules that determine deviancy and non-deviancy. And their purpose is to correct deviant black behavior and bring it back in line with European economic and political intentions, and to create in our children personality orientations and behavioral orientations that are supportive of those intentions. These requirements, that is, set up by the European, set a rigorous socio-cultural matrix within which young Negroes were to be socialized and were to become the personality types required by the rational order. And we're going to come back in a minute to what we call the political economy of the personality and the political economy of normality, you see, because we're used to looking at normality as a psychological concept and a psychological state. No, ladies and gentlemen, normality essentially is a political and economic state, not a state of psychology. So however, we've been deceived, you see. But we'll get back to that in a minute. All the slaves could not be efficiently utilized as the rational system required unless they were trained in the ways the system by law itself prohibited it. In a sense, the system broke its own laws in order to increase its efficiency. And even though it might have had laws against teaching slaves to read, slaves still were taught to read. And teaching slaves other things, slaves learned many skills and so forth. Why? And in a sense then, slaves started their education on the job in America and received on-the-job training. They also were hired out in other professions where they earned monies for their masters and brought the money back. With all due respect to Malcolm X, there were greater divisions than field hands and house servants. There were deep hierarchies of slaves with numbers of skills and so forth. The slaves not only worked in the house, or not only worked in the fields, but they worked throughout the Southern economy. They were millwrights and carpenters and blacksmiths and shipbuilders and all other kinds of things you could name. You recognize that in many areas of the South, after the emancipation, there were more skilled black laborers than there were white laborers as a result of their training on the plantations. And that is a whole nother story. And it's amusing today to see people talk about black people as unskilled, as if our lack of skills were here since we started. That was not the case. We had to be de-skilled as a people in this country. And those skills began right on the plantation. We were hired out. In a sense, then, the plantation was the first training school for African people. And to a great degree, the slave masters recognized, as they do today, that a trained slave could sell for more on the marketplace. And therefore, when you went on the auction block, the more skills you had, the more he could fetch for you. In fact, some of the skills were developed as an investment so that when the slave was sold, he would bring more than was invested in him. Sounds like today, ladies and gentlemen? Sounds like this kind of thing when we are told and we tell our children to build your marketable skills so that when you go on the auction block in front of your white employers, you can demand a higher price because you can project the skills that he has set in you. What do the French tell us? The more things change, the more they remain the same. And this capacity we must maintain, or else we will be deceived by superficial changes, as so many of our people are. Some of you heard me on the radio this morning. You heard some references to Colin Powell as representing some advancement for African people. And yet those of us who have a little knowledge of African history and of the history of the Byzantine Empire know very clearly that there were slave generals. Yes, generals who led massive armies who were slaves. And despite the fact that they were generals and led imperial armies, they were slaves just the same. So the idea then that you're going to have an African man under the power of European and white supremacy being a general, that he represents some kind of power and advancement for black people, is a delusion. And I'm certain, if you read people even like Chancellor Williams, and God bless his soul and rest his soul, who talks about those Africanized Arabs also leading those armies against whom? Other Africans. So let's not get carried away about black man being ahead of the U.S. Armed Forces, ladies and gentlemen. Because essentially he's going to play the same role that we've always played when we were promoted to these second-hand positions. That is, leading aggression against our own people. Let's look a minute at the political economy of the personality. You see, before we talk about personality as a psychological entity, ask yourself the question, what is its political and economic function? You see, we get a lot of people get caught up about normality and abnormality and trying to define what is normal and what is not normal. Before you get caught up in asking that question, ask yourself, what is the social function and the political function of normality? You see? In other words, then, the personality, to a great extent, is a political creation and a social creation. So is normality. That is why they are defined differently by different cultures. And that is why what is called normal in one may be perceived as abnormal in the other. And therefore, to a great extent, what is normal and what is abnormal are the results of the interaction of social power and social forces within a society. The personality and abnormality are the results, to a great extent, of the systematic use of reward and punishment on the bodies of people. Threat and intimidation, control of information, control of interaction and social interaction in such a way that over time people tend, as a result of social conditioning, to behave in particular ways. And often then, those who define what is normal and what is the normal personality are those in power. And their definition of personality and normality involves then the conditioning of people in such a way that in relating one to the other, in those people perceiving themselves in particular ways, in perceiving the world in particular ways, they maintain a social and economic system. They respond to particular authorities and particular types of stimulation and specific types of signals. Am I making myself clear? And therefore, all of what's involved in special education as an indication of deviant personality or as an indication of them abnormality ultimately is built and structured right into the political and economic system of this world. And we must keep this in mind before we just fall for the okie-doke and take what somebody else describes as normal. Ladies and gentlemen, to be a normal black man and woman under white supremacy, according to white definition, is to be sick, according to African definition. Yes. Personality and normality involves a particular organization of the person's ways of thinking, the organization of a person's ways of behaving, of seeing the world, of seeing himself, of looking at the world and relating to people in that world. More deeply, it is an organization of people's tastes and interests and desires. And if you look closely at it then, normal people in a particular society will be interested in those things that maintain that society, will have desires which, if satisfied, maintains the power relations in that society. Am I making myself clear here? Okay? They will be interested in things that maintain power relations. They will define themselves in ways that maintain power relations. The way some black men define themselves today as skirt chasers, as beer drinkers, looking at a TV set, watching men run into each other and fall down. That's a man. Keeping up and being solely obsessed by women, solely obsessed, as we say, with playing with balls. Yes. Drinking themselves into a stupor, looking at people run and bang into each other and get up and run again. Not reading, not studying war, not developing economic power, not developing military power, not learning how to relate and associate with other men and women to form an organization that will be an expression of African power and to liberate African people. That somehow has been made to be perceived by many of our young men and women today as to be engaged in feminine or less than manly activities. And the society is willing to pay black males millions of dollars to maintain those interests. That's why I have told you in other contexts that man has little to do with your penis or your testicles. What is a man has a social definition. It is a political definition. The definition of what is a man must be ultimately connected to the needs of the society itself, so that a man in acting out his manhood is maintaining his social group. If man is not defined, and what it means to be a man is not defined socially and in terms of his social group, then he will not be social but antisocial. And one of the major reasons then our males are attacking our own societies and communities today is because they have not correctly defined what it means to be a man. A normal African man would not kill another man in order to take the money he rifles from his pocket to a white man and give it to him and make him rich so that he can rule over him further. Not normality. In fact, you don't even have to go that far. A normal man, black man, doesn't work day and night only to give his money to a white man. You have to be abnormal. But of course, the white man has to make you feel that that is what? Normal. And that is the American way. And you're doing what you want to do, and nobody else can tell you how to spend your money. You are now expressing American individualism and what it means to be free. Isn't it strange? And watch it, ladies and gentlemen. Every means by which the normal African American defines his freedom ends up supporting white folk. To prove that he can live anywhere he wants to, he's got to move into a white neighborhood. To prove that he's free to go to any school he wants to, he goes to a white school. To prove that he can spend his money anywhere he wants to because he's a free man, he spends it with white folk. You understand? Yeah. White man feels as free as a bird and feels no compulsion to live among you, and does not feel that his freedom is infringed upon at all. Doesn't feel any compulsion to go to school with black folk. He doesn't feel like he's unfree because he's not going to school with you. He doesn't feel as he's unfree because he's not spending money with you, because he's not laying in the bed with you, and all these other kinds of things. But the Negro, in order to feel free and express his freedom, must spend and give his money and his labor power and everything else to everyone else but himself. That establishes him as a free individual and a normal individual. So then normality, you see, ladies and gentlemen, more than a psychological function, is a political and economic function. Because as you express your normality, as you express your law-abidingness, you maintain a system. Yeah. You heard me talk about this morning. Our respect for the law, as if it represents something holy and above all people. The law is nothing but a bunch of rules laid down by one gang of people who have the power to enforce it on another gang. Understand? Nothing sacred about it. And it's passed and ratified to protect group interests, one set of group interests against what? Another set of group interests. That's all it's about. nothing sacred about it. But you see, if you see law and law-abidingness as indicative of pro-social behavior and indicative of normality, then by obeying that law and looking at law that way, you will have to do what? Maintain the people who passed the law in what? In power. It was until Martin Luther King and others decided that they would do what? Break the law. Okay? Break the law. Be what? Abnormal. That the power relations and the social relations of America began to tumble down. So you have to be careful, you see, how you define yourself. A.R. Luria argues in his book, Cognitive Development, Its Cultural and Social Foundations, and I recommend this highly to those of you who are in education, A.R. Luria, because it demonstrates so very clearly how the mentality of people are shaped very much by the type of social activities they are allowed to engage in, by the type of social and political structure they are conditioned in as a people. The science of psychology has avoided the idea that many mental processes are social and historical in origin. Mental processes just don't flow from the brain as a natural effluvia. Mental processes are historical effects and are related to historical experiences, or that important manifestations of human consciousness have been directly shaped by the basic practices of human activity and the actual forms of culture. We have to recognize this, and we don't have time to go into this evening. When the new publication in a few months comes out, Educating Black Children for the 21st Century, we will find in there detailed what is being stated here, of how the mentality and consciousness of our people is very directly related to the experience of our people in America, and how teachers, what you call concrete thinking in African children in these schools, is directly related to the fact that African people were brought over here not to think, not to plan, not to conceptualize, not to control, but to work and to do what? Concrete things. And the whole thrust of the American experience is to seek to shape the thinking styles of African people to fit the role that white people made for them. And therefore, if the roles of African people was to be that of practical workers, concrete workers, then it was in the interest of Europeans to make their mentality concrete and practical rather than conceptual and abstract. But you see, if you don't know this history, and if you don't know the dynamics of how this mentality has been created, and if you don't know the political economy of thought, then when these children come into your schools and they demonstrate what you call concrete thinking, lack of planning, lack of conceptual thought, you are ready then to label them as learning disabled and relate to them in terms of being learning disabled. I'll be back to that in a minute. The manifestations of African consciousness is directly shaped or influenced by the social political practices and forms of American culture, shaped by the social power relations of white and black people. You know that if we had a different power relationship with white folk, we wouldn't think and behave the way we do now. No, we would act differently and behave differently. To a great extent then, the things we talk about, the things we're interested in, the way we look at ourselves, and all of these kinds of things are a product of the nature of the power relations that have adhered between us and white folk. Imagine how you would be if we were the more powerful ones. In fact, we wouldn't be having this lecture tonight. It wouldn't even be a subject matter. We'd be talking about how we could keep it and how we could protect what? African interests. Right now, we have to talk about how we're going to take it. These relations, these power relations have and are guided by social and legal definitions and rules and their enforcement by whites. These definitions and rules provide standards and ways of judging others as deviants or non-deviants, of transforming an instance of conduct into a deviant or non-deviant act. I want you to keep in mind what I'm talking about in terms of rules, you see, and definitions, because it's what is defined as learning disabled, you see. What is defined as in being in need of special education. And that definition being based on the exhibition of certain types of behavior, and then stigmatizing people based on this behavior. Even though when you get to really look at it, ladies and gentlemen, the behavior is not deviant or non-deviant. These definitions and rules serve a dual function. They provide for the labeling of others and supply the means and the authority to stigmatize the behavior of others. You will recognize as we go on then that when you permit others to label behavior and your own behavior, you are giving them a power over you. And it will be that label which will authorize them to do certain things to you and about you. So they are not just labels, but they are the justifiers of behavior. And they prescribe various behaviors toward those who are labeled. Consequently, definitions and rules are expressions of group, conflict, and interest. I want you to keep that in mind. Labels are not just labels of behavior. Labels are entered into as a part of the interaction between groups. I don't want you to do this, therefore I will make it against the law. And when you do it, I shall call you a criminal. You see? And so, what do we have here? And why am I making this law? And why am I calling you a criminal? So that I can protect what? My interest. You see? And can justify myself in treating you in a particular way so that my interests can be protected. And the formulation, this formulation of rules and definitions translate into power to impose one group's will on the other, the power to define and enforce one group's definition on the other's conduct. And this is what this is about. If you look back in your old Bible there, you will see that Adam is symbolically given the power to dominate the earth by God, by the fact that God permits him to do what? Name all the animals, the fish and the fowl, and to name the earth itself. That is a power, and this is a symbol. By saying this, he is saying, you are the one who dominates the world, because I'm going to permit you to define the world, to name it, and to relate to it in terms of the way you define it and name it. This then will give you the right to impose yourself on nature and to impose yourself on the world. Consequently, when you let another people have the right to define your behavior, you let them also have the right to impose themselves on you. And it's amazing what happens when you have definition. You talk about, some of you are familiar with the book Regulating the Poor. It's interesting how so-called normal behavior can in an instant be turned into abnormal behavior by the mere act of labeling. How, for instance, some of you may have gone to Boston, you heard something called the common gardens of the Boston Common Gardens, a park which harks back to a European tradition where certain lands belong to all of the people. And the peasants then had the right to hunt on those lands, to fish, to find their firewood, to do various things, to graze their cattle and so forth as a means of supporting themselves. They had that right, and this right was sanctioned by tradition over hundreds and hundreds of years. But something happened. The price of wool started increasing tremendously and became very profitable. And those who were in power decided then that they wanted as much land as possible. And they went to the British Parliament to get a law passed so that they could enclose what was once common property and fence it off and make this property private. And therefore, overnight now, those people who had been bringing their cattle and doing these things in their normal way were turned into what? Criminals. Criminals. Why? Because their behavior was different? Because they were emitting criminal behavior? No, because the rules had changed. Right overnight, now they became criminals. And as the price of wool went up, and as the English economy changed, when these landowners no longer needed the peasants on the land, and when they needed them in the developing factories, they literally turned them out into the highways and the byways. And overnight, they became beggars. But also overnight, it became against the law to beg without a license. And overnight, it was all right then to, if you didn't have a license, to be beaten until the blood ran. And overnight then, it became possible to talk about the personality of the beggar. And to see the beggar as having a criminal personality, no doubt built into his genes. Yeah, the same kind of game that we have today. A group of people interested in their profits and interested in maintaining power and control passed laws, and overnight then the behavior of our peoples suddenly become what? Criminal and abnormal. And now the same behavior that they were exhibiting before the laws were called become indicative of criminal personalities and of illness and abnormality. Let's wake up. And notice then that the labeling and defining of behavior, again, not essentially and only a psychological process, but it is a psychopolitical, psychoeconomic process. As a matter of fact, I will give you a short publication to read shortly called The Psychoeconomics of Black on Black Violence. You thought I was through with it, didn't you? Oh, I knew when I wrote the psychodynamics of black on black violence that wasn't all of it. No, black on black violence is determined more than internal psychodynamics. Because you must recognize those psychodynamics are a reflection of economic dynamics. They are the psychological reflection of economic demands and of an economic system. They do not, therefore, begin in the psyche of African people. They begin the very economic structure of European people. And it acts itself out through their behavior. Because the purpose of that system is to organize black behavior, as I said earlier, to maintain itself. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, when you get over your anger with Elijah Muhammad, and your unwillingness to analyze who he was because you can't get beyond some act you think, just destroys everything he was about. And you fall into a trap when you do this. I call this super niggerism. when all of those who may have achieved some position of leadership or influence must be perceived as totally and superly clean and must not be perceived as having one chink of a flaw in their personality. There is no man who is unflawed. He who is without sin cast the first stone. And yet when you demand of your leaders that they be totally saints and total saints, then all your enemy has to do is put one little smudge of dirt on them. And everything of value that they have to offer now is thrown out. And no lessons are learned. Yes. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is due a good analysis of his leadership and what he had to offer black people, regardless of what you may think. Because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was the greatest psychologist that black people ever created, bar none. But you see, that sounds odd if you haven't taken time to get around your anger to look at what was going on there. You understand? When you look at the mythologies of Islam as just mythologies, without looking at them in their political and economic function, it was not an issue as to whether the white man was a true devil or not, which he is. But what would be the result of our behavior if we perceived him as one? You see? If we related to him, what? As one. Not as an object to be merged with, to be assimilated with, to be integrated with, but as one to be pushed away, and one so that we could engage in our own self-development instead of trying to create ourselves to fit his image of who we should be. You thought Elijah Muhammad was hard when he dictated diet and taste, but your taste had already been dictated by the Europeans. And it had been dictated in such a way that you became gluttons for European things. And being glutton for European things, you gave them all of your money. You gave them more than you even earned. That's why you're in debt today. And in giving away and feeding your gluttonous appetites that the Europeans had inculcated in you, you had no money left to educate your children. No money left to invest in your businesses. No money left to support your families and the other social institutions. And now you wonder why your children are stabbing you in the streets and robbing you. And Elijah Muhammad then says, we will change their taste. Let them eat bean pie. Let them get a taste for this kind of clothing. Let them get an interest in this. Let them lose their taste for alcohol. Let them lose their taste for cigarettes. Let them lose their taste for junk food. Let them eat once a day. Why? Because they spend from $2,000 to $5,000 a year per person buying junk and garbage. And therefore, with that savings, they can build their own institutions, universities of Islam across this country. But you see, when you let other people determine your perception of your own leaders, you fall back to be victimized by those people and fall back into your old habits, which of course lead to supporting them. And we have to understand then what this is about. This is why ultimately you see an African-centered education is not a mere teaching of African history and culture, but ultimately a reorganization of the African personality and a reorganization of African taste and interest, such that Africans become self-supporting and self-sufficient and become a powerful people. So you have to be careful. You see, black people are absolutists. Yeah, we're absolutists, you know. It doesn't matter whether you're Christian or Marxist or whatever religion or whatever you belong to. When it comes from other people, we hear something and we believe it because it's absolutely true. You see? Yeah, that's true. And you know, and we dedicate ourselves to it. That's irrefutable. Yeah, this will get you in trouble. You know, again, you Christians, Thomas says, Lord, I believe, but help thy mind what? Unbelief. Don't make me believe too much. You got to prove something to me. You just can't come back here and tell me that you got off the cross, man. Show me the doggone. Yeah, let me see something here. You see, we just can't take it on your what? Your word. But you see, the idea of the European is to get us to take him on his what? Word. And he handed us the word. Yeah. And he ended up, though, what did we say? With the land and everything else. Why? Because we believe the word only. Absolutely. Because the word to us appeared true. Now let me quickly show you what I mean by this. A European walks up and says, we shouldn't really see each other in terms of race. We are all human, and the globe belongs to all of mankind. We shouldn't really relate to each other in terms of nationalities. We should be free to move across the earth as we see fit. And we should be free to invest wherever there are opportunities to invest. All of us should have that right. That's called free market. Yeah, free market economy. Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. And of course, we're glad to hear from him, you know. Oh, this man has become civilized at last. But wait a minute, you see, you got to ask something. Even though you might not argue with the basic premise, you got to ask, who is saying this? And why are they saying it? What will be the consequence of my believing this? You see? You got to go beyond the absolute truth of something and look at it in the context of power and the context of differences. You see, you got a bunch of people around here telling you, well, we preach universal principles and we talk about universal truths. Then why isn't the bounty of the earth universally distributed? Why aren't the goods of the earth randomly distributed? Why is there a non-random distribution of power and benefits and so forth? And it seems to cluster around the very people who preach universal principles. And the people who believe it most have it least. Yeah. Because you see, that guy who's telling you that we all should be free to invest wherever opportunity lies is the only guy that has what? The money. And therefore, through your very moral belief, you will give consent to being, to having your property owned by others, to have your resources owned by others. And then you'll find yourself wondering, why do good people suffer? It's built in. They suffer because they believe in absolute truth and nothing else. And the more they suffer, those who preach those absolute truths tell them that they suffer because their belief isn't strong enough. So they believe harder and become poorer. And therefore, we find among us the people who played the loudest and the longest and kick over the benches and fall back tend to also be the poorest in the society. You have not learned anything from your Bibles. That very first book demonstrated to you that the Israelites had a contract with God. called a covenant. You scratch my back, God, and I'll scratch yours. God was, they just didn't say, I'm going to lay down on my ground and just worship you. You do whatever you want to me. That wasn't what it's about. When you read it closer, you'll see Moses negotiating. That says, okay, God says, you do this, and what? And I'll do that. You break the rule, then you will suffer. But if you follow the rules, then I will deliver. So God also does what? Serves. He's not only served, he what? Serves. But the Negro is only taught to what? Serve God. And therefore, we serve religions, but our religions do not serve us. Somebody told Elijah Muhammad, being a black Muslim makes you unorthodox. That's exactly the point. Because being black Muslim means that Islam will serve whom? Black folk. It just won't be an instance of black folks serving what? Islam alone. But Islam, being black Islam, becomes an Islam that operates in the service of black folk and black interests. Hope you understand what I'm saying here. You understand? We have to recognize this, so we got to get over this absolutism. And the Marxists run the same game, scientific socialism. Same old nonsense. In what way does, you got to ask, in what way does my believing this serve me? And in what way do your preaching this and having me believe this serve you? And say, while what you say is true, and I don't argue against it, I am not in agreement with the consequences. We must also change some other things in our relationship along with this belief, so that in my believing it, I will not be deprived of my freedom or deprived of my resources and of my possibilities. Share some of that doggone money if you believe it so hard. Oh, let me run. I know my time is going out here. We're going to run it through, ladies and gentlemen. We got another speech coming. But due to power differentials, the processes of latent behavior are tantamount to the processes of creation. It goes back to this. The application of certain rules and definitions to others influence how they are related to. When you put a label on somebody, you are also defining how other people, how that somebody is going to be related to by others. It's not a mere label. It is a prescription for relationships, how other people will relate to this individual. It is also a prescription for how this person will be perceived by others and how they relate to themselves and perceive themselves. In other words, then, the labeling of people affects their perception of themselves and of the world. And by being labeled, then, their vision is transformed. And to a degree, so is their psychology. And so is their relationship with other people. Thus, due to power differentials, the processes of labeling behavior are tantamount to the processes of creation. What am I saying here? The processes of letting Europeans label our behavior and apply their rules and definitions to our behavior is not a mere stigmatizing of our behavior, but it is tantamount to their creating our behavior. For today, ladies and gentlemen, we are a created people. We have been created by the European power system. We have yet to become self-creating. And we will become self-creating when we become self-labeling. And we become labelers of the world ourselves. When we measure our children and relate to them in terms of our measurement, not in terms of other people's measurement of them. Labeling and the prescriptions it implies may therefore become a part of the problem it is designed to solve. You thought it was going to solve your child's problem when they were taken to special ed? No. It becomes a part of the problem itself. It helps to maintain the problem. It is there to maintain the problem. I was going to do a definition of learning disabled, but in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over that. The process of classifying a child as learning disabled typically begins when a teacher or parent or both becomes dissatisfied with the child's performance in school. And then the child may be tested, or tests are recommended. Why are no tests? There are no tests of the teacher. Yeah. No test of the school. No test of the school system. No test of the political purpose and direction of the educational system itself. Why is it that it's the child who's the only thing tested in this equation, ladies and gentlemen? Who is the learning disabled child? According to the definition passed by public law, enshrined in public law 94-142, who is the disabled child leaves the specific procedures for classifying learning disabled children up to individual school districts and to states. And then you're going to have various definitions. Definitions that center around aptitude as they relate to the child's actual achievement, that is IQ and what he's really achieving. Some of them will look at the discrepancy, that is the discrepancy between aptitude and achievement. Others will base their learning disability estimation on the number of grades below grade level. Some will say 1 year, others will say 2. Others will look at special tests, maybe some perceptual motor tests and other kinds of tests, psycholinguistic tests, or they have just catalogs of tests. They may even measure the EEG and put them through the PET scans and EMRs and all the rest of that stuff. They have special ways of interpreting standardized tests. Look at the scores on the Stanford Binet or the other tests. All of these are ways in which the learning disabled child is supposedly discovered. According to a respected authority in this area, author of the book Learning Disabled, yes, Child, and by Sylvia Fernham Diggory, an alarming number of children are misclassified as learning disabled. By recent estimates, 80% of the children who are classified as learning disabled should not have been. We have a game going on here. Gerald Coles, in The Learning Mystique, a critical look at learning disability, contends that the rare, genuinely learning disabled children, perhaps 5 out of every 1,000 children, are often lost in the misclassified crowd and are not receiving the specialized education that they need and that the federal law mandates. I just want to mention here in closing, you got to recognize that there are any number of definitions. Despite the increasing number of students being declared eligible for learning disabled services and the intuitive appeal of this term, learning disabled, there's little agreement as to what it really is. In the Journal of Psychoeducational Assessment, a study by Vaughn and Hodges reported as many as 38 different definitions in a survey of 42 state departments of education as to what it means to be learning disabled. So what are we talking about here? They found considerable variation across states and districts. And of course, related to these variabilities in definitions and rules for defining what is learned behavior is, of course, the variability in the number of students you're going to get defined as learning disabled. This is why I was talking earlier about rules and definitions, you see. In other words, what rule and definition you apply creates populations, you see. Because the rule then will enclose certain types of behavior. One rule will enclose it, whereas the other rule will not, you see. In a research sample including 48 school-identified LD students, learning disabled students, and 96 non-learning disabled students. Vaughn and Hodges determined how many were classifiable as LD, as learning disabled, according to 14 operational definitions. That is, they said out of these 38, we're going to take 14 of the definitions. And these are operational definitions, meaning that these definitions not only define what they perceive as learning disabled or behavior indicative of learning behavior, but they define also how this behavior is to be measured. You see, how do you come to discover this? The total sample then was 144 students, and it contained therefore 33% of school-identified learning disabled, that is, children who had already been designated as learning disabled, were 33% of the sample, and 66%, roughly speaking, of the sample were non-learning disabled students. Now, when they applied these tests then, these 14 tests, applying these different rules and definitions, they got then different populations of people they call learning disabled. The percentage of the total sample, including both learning disabled and non-learning disabled students as defined by the schools, the percentage of the total sample identified by each definition ranged from 5.3%. That is, some of the definitions that said only 5% of these students are learning disabled, despite the fact that 33% had already been identified as such by the schools. Others, the other extreme says 70% of the sample is what? Learning disabled. Which means then, if you originally had 33 that were 3% that was identified as learning disabled, this extreme definition went above that 33 and included something like 36% of the ones who hadn't been so defined. So what are we saying again here? The definition, the rules, create, in a sense, the disability and define the populations. So why do we just lay back when we let other people apply definitions and rules to our children? Is it because we believe psychology is some kind of exact science? Or is it because we simply believe that those who are engaged in this process are only performing psychological services? Are only in there to serve educational purposes when they don't even know what the hell they're talking about? Okay? For the learning disabled sample alone, 9 of the 14 definitions did not identify even half of the learning disabled students as learning disabled. Okay? So that's that. But in terms of time, we're going to have to move on. Let me skip over some things. Maybe on another thing we'll look at this. Let's quickly, though, look at the political economy of special education. Has many economic implications. Once a child has been certified as learning disabled, additional money is sent to the school district on the child's behalf. The exact amount varies, but it's quite substantial. It is well now over $7,000 per child. You're talking about an industry as a result of defining our children as learning disabled that generates now well over $15 billion. The money is not sent directly to the individual children, but goes into a general budget to pay the special education personnel and buy supplies. So what do we have here, ladies and gentlemen? A built-in incentive to do what? Classify our children as learning disabled because it brings in money to the district. So it's no wonder then that between 1977 and 1986, the children classified as learning disabled moved from 800,000 to 2 million. You'll learn one day, ladies and gentlemen, that black problems and the image of black people as problem people is worth billions of dollars to Europeans. Okay, let's just... This label then does what? It obscures the nature by which our children are disenabled. and obscures the fact that this society and Europeans, if they are to maintain their power, must disenable the capacity of African people. It is a political and economic necessity that the African mind is disengaged and disenabled. And we have to understand that. But as long as you stay focused on labels, and as long as you're reacting to the labeling of your children, and as long as you get into controversies about whether these labels are culturally biased or not and so forth, the process and the means by which our children and ourselves are mentally lamed by the system are overlooked. And the economic ends of destroying our mentality are overlooked. I've got to mention one other thing here. And one of the major obscurations of the political and social process, and that's what we call the medicalization of social problems. Because the learning disabilities in our children are political problems, ladies and gentlemen. They are not even academic problems. We have to understand that. It's just in the academy and in the school that the political problems between Africans and Europeans are manifested as what? Learning problems. They do not originate in the school. They originate in the political and economic relationship between African people and European people, and reflect the power relationship of our people. And if we are to remain relatively powerless as a people, then our mentality must remain relatively powerless. This is what it's about. And one of the major ways you can obscure these historical and sociological processes is by making the result of these processes appear to be medical in nature. Yes, this is the game. Just as now they're trying to medicalize the so-called violent behavior of our youngsters and make that behavior now an expression of genetic orientations. That's the end point of medicalizing problems. You see, you no longer have to talk about the social historical processes and the criminality of Europeans and how it reflects itself in the so-called criminality of African people. You can now discuss the genetic foundations of African criminal behavior. And you can now call conferences dealing with genetic markers for violent behavior. And now you can talk about identifying those who are violence prone by age 5 before they even know what the hell violence and criminality is about. And therefore, we then, once you move the definition away from the social and the political system, you then no longer demand social and political change. And you then no longer demand the change in power relations. And you then no longer decide to create revolution to change the situation that we're in. You just only then want to take them to the doctor and have medicine prescribed for them. And so what happens then when you medicalize the behavior, which is what happens to a lot of our so-called learning disabled children who are given Ritalin and other stimulants and tranquilizers and so forth. The medicalization of deviant behavior is defining and labeling of deviant behavior as a medical problem, not as a political problem, not as a social problem, not as a problem of conflict and interest between groups, not as an issue about power and so forth, but as a medical problem, as an illness. And mandating the medical profession provide some types of treatment. Not that political leaders provide treatment, not that revolutionary leaders provide a treatment for the problems that our children are facing. Not that we revise the economic and political system, but that now our children's problems be dealt with by the medical profession, and the medical profession is given sole authority in determining how to label their behavior and treat their behavior. And our authority over them and our right to determine the nature of the society and change the nature of the society that our children has been inherited now will be looked upon too as an expression of illness and abnormality. And that is why medicine in the 60s and even today looked at black revolutionaries as candidates for psychosurgery, and saw this, the very just protests of black people, as indicative of illnesses in black people. So what are the consequences of medicalization? To remove a court's responsibility from the political system, to expand the jurisdiction of medicine, to increase the pharmaceutical profits of pharmaceutical corporations and enterprises, to put an apparent neutral, morally neutral label on our people, to remove discussion from public discussion, to use powerful methods to maintain the status quo. We must then, ladies and gentlemen, look at this system critically. We must look at this system politically and economically. We must recognize the political and economic functions of education and the intentionalities of Eurocentric education. We must review the accepted theories of learning and thinking. We as African people must construct and apply new African-centered theories of learning and theories of pedagogy. Yes, yes. This is why I developed and wrote the developmental psychology of the black child. All school systems are ultimately founded on what I call the implicit child. These schools which your children now attend were schools that were not designed for them, schools not based on their psychology, and yet we have walked directly into them and permitted their structures and original intentionalities and design and so forth to remain. Which means then there is a built-in discontinuity and dissynchrony between these schools and the philosophies of these schools and the methods of teaching in these schools and the psychology of children on which these schools are based and the true psychology of our people and the true intentions of our people. And we now wonder why they have problems. The problems are generated by the very structure and nature of the schools themselves. And they're generated by the fact that African people have not founded a theory of education based on the African experience. We have not explored and examined ourselves deeply to recognize to what extent our learning styles and our thinking styles and our value styles and our motivational styles have been created and distorted by being an oppressed people. And how those styles represent themselves in our children as they walk into Eurocentric schools, and how they express themselves then as so-called misconduct, as hostility, as boredom, as misbehaving, and all of the other things that are now used as markers to say that they are learning disabled. You have to understand this. You have to understand yourself and come to self-knowledge and know who you are so that you will know who your children are. So that you can then design your schools and their educational experience in line with who they are and in line with where you want to go. I've told you before that the African child has a different destiny than the European child. That the destiny of the African child is revolutionary by the very nature of the economic and political position that African peoples are in. It is no way, if you are in your right mind, you could demand that your children have the same education as white children. They do not have the same problems as white children to solve. If you were to say that African people do not own even their own nations, if you were to say that Japanese and Arabs and Lebanese and all these other EEZs have control of the African economies, if you can say the Koreans and the Arabs and the others have control of your economies here in America, If you can say whether you go wherever black country you go to, the blackest of the people are at the bottom of the ladder, then you must know that the role of the African child is to overthrow the system and to change the power relations here. So the major problem that the African child must solve is the problem of oppression. This is not the problem of white children. And therefore, if this child is to be appropriately educated, it must be educated to undertake revolution and to gain its liberation through its own struggle. You understand? But it's because you think equality and being the same as other people are one and the same. No, no. To be equal is not to be like. To get an equal education to white folk is not to be like white folk. Because it is in our effort to be like white folk that we generate the power for white folk to continue to rule us. Therefore, you got to look at yourself. You got to look at your history. You got to look at how that history still reflects itself in the way we behave. I don't have time to talk to you here tonight, but we talk about the oral tradition. A lot of what is perceived as learning disabilities is still a reflection of the African oral tradition operating in African people today. But of African people coming and children coming out of that oral tradition being placed within the context of a European literate condition. And then using European standards, looking at that behavior as indicative of learning disabilities. Our black children do not come to school behind white children. They come to school as they are. They are not behind any children. They are our children and they represent our experience. And therefore, consequently then, the schools that they go to must be redesigned to meet their needs and to meet the needs of African people. And where you see those African schools which have redesigned themselves, and we have many examples, you see African children doing what? Learning and surpassing other children. I'm telling you. And we can name them one right after the other. But they don't make the news. I heard one sort of made a little news a couple of weeks ago on 60 Minutes. But like these things, they pop up and nobody hears of them again. I was listening to Asa Hilliard a few weeks ago, naming these examples of schools that have demonstrated the great learning capacities of black children. And he says when he goes around to the schools and asks the administrators, have any of the state officials of education been here to visit this school? No. They don't visit it. They're not incorporated. We know what the intention is there, ladies and gentlemen. Then, ladies and gentlemen, I have to end it here. I did have some advice for parents who are working with this situation now. Perhaps we can deal with that a bit later. But we have to recognize then that ultimately, if we are to change the so-called disabilities of our children and of ourselves, we must change the nature of the power relations we have with others and ourselves. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Dr. Amos Wilson, that's
purpose. Will these elders please stand? Anyone here over the age of 80? Anyone here over the age of 70, 60, or 50? Thank you. Please remain standing. Will all the mothers, all the females in the building, please stand. All the females, please. And will the youngest child please stand? The youngest child. Okay, she's a little too small to stand. Okay. In classical African thought, the past, the present, and the future is seen as one. And so the dead, the living, and the yet to be born is seen as a singular and in the continuous process that all life must fulfill. And so we honor each of you and our ancestral mothers and fathers by saying, Oshe to the elders, the architects of man, to their souls of fidelity, from which today I am. Oshe to the spectacle of shadows still uncast, manifest in the progenies who liberate our past. Oshe. One of our major obstacles that we face, basically, as a people, particularly our young people, is the exposure to critical information. Most of us, though we acknowledge our blackness, we find our exposure to information through either paper, TV, other media, is criminally limited. So one of the things that we do at our forum is to announce other sources of information on African culture. The First World Organization, March 11th through 14th, there will be an ASCAC National Conference in Columbia, South Carolina. That's the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations in Columbia, South Carolina, a little closer to home. On Friday, March 19th, Elder William Mackey will be speaking at the Community Baptist Church at 156 North Broadway in Yonkers on the topic of the Industrial Revolution and its relationship to the African world. On Friday, March 26th, Sister Barbara Muniz will be speaking on the African Burial Ground, Our History. It's a slide presentation on Africans in New York in the early 16th and 17th centuries. On Friday, April 2nd, Sister Shashi McIntyre will be speaking on the topic of our African experience in the Americas, from a Revolutionary War to the Civil War. On Friday, April 16th, Brother Edward Scobie will be speaking on the topic of the Haitian Revolution from Toussaint to Dessalines and its impact on the African world. And again, these are seminars that will be held at the Community Baptist Church in Yonkers at 156 North Broadway, at the time between 7 to 9 p.m. It's $3 per seminar. And for more information, you can call the African Educational Forum at 914-965-2270 and ask for Brother Lionel Turner. Basically, we do this for the following reason. In the book, Stolen Legacy, authored by the late, great African scholar George G.M. James, the foreword is written by the distinguished scholar of classical African civilization, Asa G. Hilliard. He says, mental bondage is invisible violence. Formal physical slavery has ended in the United States. Mental slavery continues to this present day. This enslavement affects the mind of all people, and in one way, it is worse than physical enslavement alone. That is, the person who is in mental bondage will be self-contained. Not only will that person fail to challenge beliefs and patterns of thought which control him or her, he or she will also defend and protect those beliefs and patterns of thought virtually with his or her last dying effort. Creators and beneficiaries of belief systems develop a vested interest in that system, to the extent that they become conscious of it as a system. Actions are taken to nurture and to maintain the controlling system intact. Competing belief systems come to be regarded as pagan, heretical, disloyal, and so forth. Priests and professors are ordained or certified as purveyors of bear with me for 1 second, please, as I find the end of this quote. Purveyors with an attitude of doing whatever it takes to educate and to empower our youth. We must recognize that what a child is or is to become is not a biological predisposition, but rather a social definition arrived at through education and training. The goal of educating African kids must be a revolutionary one rooted in an African time dimension and focused on removing the European yoke of oppression. The Euro-American educational system can produce only two types of black individuals: those who have no knowledge of themselves or other people, and those who have knowledge of other people but not themselves, both of which operate outside the African cultural time dimension and therefore are out of their minds. Having read this statement, I'd like to introduce you to Brother Patrice Lumumba, to the founder of the International Alkebulan Society, who will give you a brief history on our organization as well as introduce our speaker. Brother Patrice.
Thank you. Let me say, we apologize for the delay, but we're going to get going. What I'd like to do is just to give you a little synopsis of what we're about, some of our goals, and hopefully you can assist us in accomplishing some of these goals. Excuse me. I'd like to say, first of all, that nothing that you will see here today or that we'll talk about is original. Most of the information that will come from our organization is information essentially that we have gained from listening to other people who have preceded us, people like Dr. Amos Wilson and others. And so it is just a continuation of a process which have begun a long time ago. The International Alkebulan Society essentially is an organization that was founded in 1992. It's an organization that is essentially created to establish a cultural and educational center in this immediate area. I grew up in this area. I graduated from this school right here. And over the years, it's just something that bothered me because I didn't see any programs that spoke to some of the critical needs of black people in our community. And so this is one of the reasons why we decided to try to bring this type of forum and this type of organization in the community. And we hope that you can appreciate what we're trying to do and bring some other people back, particularly if you leave here with something that you think was worthwhile. The society represents background in various disciplines. You have people in business, you have people that are in all kinds of civic organizations, but that's not really the important thing. The important thing is that everyone in the organization has a perspective on where we need to go in terms of African culture and would like to somehow be a part of bringing that into this immediate community. Now, we had two essential focus in doing this. The first one was to empower youth with the tools necessary to correctly analyze, negotiate, and control their conditions in the 21st century. One of the things that I would like you to think about as Dr. Amos Wilson speaks to you is, what is the purpose of an education? What is that going to do to benefit your lives, particularly those of you who are not in business yet or in the world yet, so to speak? And I'd like those of you who may have children to also ask that question. What are you educating your child for, other than telling them just to go to school? And that's a question that I don't think a lot of us has really taken the time to ask ourselves. And that is one of the areas which Dr. Wilson would speak on. We believe that the focus of a forum like this is critical. We believe that in a multicultural society where you have different interests, different people, you have to define for yourself as a people what is going to be important to you. And a lot of people out here today are trying to sell us on the idea that we're one just mosaic and there's no such thing as difference with people, and we should not recognize the differences in us as a people. And not that I will make up anyone's mind for them, but listen carefully when you hear people talk about that, and then try to get alternative positions on that, and then you make the decision based on the information. We won't take any longer, as I said, but I just wanted to make those comments to you. We would like you to assist us. We don't seek any money from any government agencies. We don't seek any money from any private corporations unless it is willfully given without any strings attached. One of the problems that I've always had is organizations which I think compromise the interests of black people by accepting money from other organizations which usually have different agendas than what we need to actually hear. We try to bring a forum that does not limit the amount of information or where that information comes from, if that individual or those people or that organization is focused on trying to help our community and trying to empower our children. And we focus on children because without them, we do not exist. You have to understand that there are people in this world today that are in museums, and that's the only place you can find them because they was extinct like animals. And so the idea of thinking that this cannot happen to us or will not happen to us, I would just suggest that we spend some time looking at the experience of the people from Tasmania and what happened to them, the people that used to inhabit what's today Australia, and where are they? And we need to really spend some time and seriously look at these things. But again, I met this gentleman about a year ago, having read one of his books, Black on Black Violence. And it had a profound effect on my thinking, and it's something that I think we all need to be exposed to. I won't get into what he will talk about, but simply say that, to me, having heard a lot of individuals who have tried to deal with issues, particularly those which affect young people and education, he's one of the few people that I think offers an excellent analysis, but more importantly, a correct analysis, not just an excellent one. Good intentions are wonderful, but if they don't produce the results, it does us no purpose. So without any further ado, I'd like to bring to you an elder, someone who I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and someone that I hope that after leaving here, you will not only purchase his book, but try to use this as a means of accessing further information about your culture, which means about yourself. So let me introduce to you right now, he doesn't like to be called doctor, but I call him that because sometimes people need to hear that to feel that this person is legitimate to speak to them. But we call him Brother Amos Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my good brother. Appreciate your invitation. I appreciate your coming here today, this afternoon. And of course, I know you are beginning to feel a bit that spring is in the air. And to come out here on a Saturday afternoon takes some doing, and I certainly appreciate your taking the time. Of course, I think the subject matter warrants the time as well. Death at an early age is the school system setting our children up for failure is the topic that was suggested to me today and to which I will speak for a bit. Is the school system setting our children up for failure? Very interesting question. Is the school system really has it ever set them up for anything else? It depends on how you measure failure and, of course, how you measure education. In my class at the College of New Rochelle at the campus here at Co-op City, I teach a course called Children at Risk. And during that course, we study an article from a very well-known book in the field called Regulating the Poor. That book describes how welfare policy in this country and how welfare policy historically has been used for political purposes, political and economic purposes. You know, if you hear people talk about welfare today, you would think that welfare was something that was invented in the United States and something that's principally utilized by African people or by Latino people. And we have built up such a mythology around welfare, the welfare mother, the welfare family, you know, until it takes me a whole semester often just to knock out the myths surrounding the concept of welfare and what welfare is really about. There are many people, for instance, who still believe that there are more black people or Latino people on welfare than there are white people. And it's an amazing game as to how the political structure of this country operates on that myth. And they confused often percentages with absolute numbers. So we would say that maybe 33 or a third of black people are on welfare, and say maybe 15% of whites are on welfare. People confuse those two things. But when you're talking about 15% of whites, you're talking maybe about 9 million people, you see. As against even 30% black, you're talking about something like 5 million. In other words, then, you have 4 to 5 million more whites on welfare than blacks. Why is there a higher percentage of blacks on welfare? Because there are a higher percentage of poor black folk on welfare. It's no big mystery. If poverty is one of the things that qualifies one to receive welfare, then the groups that have a higher percentage of poverty-stricken people will have a higher percentage of people there. It has little to do with the kind of stuff we hear every day about attitudes and people wanting to stay on to have babies and all that other kind of nonsense. As a matter of fact, when you actually look at the average number of children per welfare mother and compare them with the average number of children per mother not on welfare, I think you'd be quite surprised to find out that that average is not very different, you see. But myths are hard to put down. When we talk about welfare, you have to start in the 1600s, not in the 1900s, not in the 20th century, but in some place like 1605, 1650, and you have to start in Europe. Welfare in its present form essentially was shaped in the 1600s in France and England and Europe. So if you want to study the history of welfare, you don't study the history of black folk on welfare, you study the history of white folk on welfare, and you study the history of welfare in Europe and study it as it was translated to America to get rid of the mythologies. And one of the important things you study, if you study the history of welfare, is to look at its political function. Welfare was not and is not only designed to meet the needs of the poor. To a great extent, we find that welfare was designed to regulate the behavior of the poor and to regulate the economic system, so that when the economic system was going through, I'm speaking now in Europe, when Europe moved from what we call feudalism, or from where the great percentage of people were involved in farming and involved in agriculture and moving over into an industrial state, there was a great deal of what we call dislocation. That is, people without jobs, people without homes, because there was a transition taking place between farm work and industrial work. And in that transition, many people lost their farms, they lost their roles on the farm, and unless industrial jobs were available, they literally were left to beg. Often, though, they just did not beg or walk around and beg people to feed them. They became dangerous. They would often protest. They would disturb the peace and cause various other civic disturbances. And it was at the point where the civic disturbances became intolerable that the state of France, England, the cities in France and so forth, decided then to establish what we call welfare programs. In other words, often the welfare programs were created and administered more to control the politics more to control order than actually to feed the poor or to meet the needs of the poor. Often welfare was extended during high periods of unemployment or during periods when the nature of the economy was moving from one level of technology to another level, when people then were unemployed and had to be retrained and re-educated in order to operate in the new level of technology. And therefore, welfare would be brought in to sort of to help them over the transition. But when the transition was over, welfare then would be reduced. So you would have an expansion or contraction of welfare, an expansion or contraction of help from the state related to the political nature of what was going on in the state. Essentially then, the function of welfare was to regulate the behavior of the poor. They started getting too outrageous in their behavior. If they started to threaten law and order and so forth, then the dole was expanded. But at the point where law and order could be maintained by other means, the dole was contracted. Now, in a similar manner then, we can look at education, and education sort of as a regulator of a social economic system. Education and educational opportunity as being expanded or contracted depending upon the social and political situations a nation finds itself in. In other words, educational opportunity is not automatically expanded or automatically given to people just because it's morally right to do so. Education is under the control of a particular set of people or a particular class of people at all times. And that particular set or class of people or race of people expands and contracts educational opportunity according to its particular needs or according to the needs of the state. I often talk in my lectures about what I call European constants. Those things that remain the same despite obvious changes. Now, when you look at the history of our relationship with Europeans, you will note that certain basic things have not changed, despite the fact that there appear to be apparent changes, or there appears to have been some progress, particularly in regard to us as African people. For instance, many of us would think in this day and age that we as an African people have a fundamentally different relationship with whites than what our slave great-grandparents had. There are many youngsters today, for instance, when we talk about slavery, will argue that we need no longer concern ourselves with slavery, that this occurred so many hundreds of years ago, and this is not the case today, and that this is really a fundamentally different world that we live in today than before. This is one of the extreme deceptions that we operate on. In a fundamental sense, very little has changed in our relationship to whites since the time we came here as slaves. Why did we come here as slaves? Our major reason for coming here as slaves, or for being bought here as slaves, was to serve the economic interests of white folk, to be their servants and to meet their needs, to live for them and not to live for ourselves. We, during slavery, and the education of black people began during slavery time, not after slavery, but at the very point of slavery. As we often say, the first on-the-job training for black people took place on the slave plantation. The first forms of being educated for a particular job took place on slave plantation. So how is our being trained for particular jobs today that are still owned by white folk really fundamentally different from our great slave grandparents being trained for jobs again, owned by whom? White folk. How is it that you're going to school today to work for white folk is really any different from being trained on the plantation to work for white folk? Even though you think then that because you may be studying computer science today, or you may be studying to be a TV newscaster or something like that, even though you may think that's fundamentally different from the role that your great slave grandparents played, it is really not that different. Because as we've indicated, there were more differentiation between slaves than field hand and house servants. Slaves were also skilled people as well. Slaves were iron workers and carpenters and shipbuilders and what we call millwrights. They worked in factories. As a matter of fact, at the end of slavery, in many areas of the South and in this country, there were more skilled black workers than there were white workers. In other words, there were skilled people among slaves, and there were more slaves with skills than there were free white folk. So the idea then that you may be gaining some kind of skill that your parents did not have, or that your great slave grandparents did not have, does not mean that the fundamental relationship between you and whites today and the great slave great-grandparents had and white people during slavery time has changed fundamentally at all. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, the major function of the education of black people, whether we talk about education on the plantation, during slavery time, during Reconstruction, or we talk about education right now at this moment, the basic function of education is for African people to serve the interests of white folk, and for African people ultimately to find jobs working for white folk. That has not changed one bit. I don't care what kind of job you may be training for. I don't care where you may think you're going to be working, but in the end, the intention is that we still will be under the rulership of whites. In other words, then, education, just as we referred to welfare earlier, is used to a great extent to regulate the poor, to regulate subordinate people. And therefore, educational opportunity will be expanded or contracted depending on the needs of those who rule over us. If at times they think that they need a larger number of us, they may expand so-called educational opportunity. If, though, the need for educated Africans has been reduced, then you will see a contraction taking place as well. I want you to recognize, for instance, that the issue of our dropping out of school is not the failure of people just to realize that they should stay in school. I argue that the dropping out of African people, African American students, serves a major political function in this system. In other words, our inability or our not completing school serve to maintain the stability, the political, economic, and social stability of the United States. And to test what I'm saying, you need to only ask yourself the question today: are jobs in New York City expanding or contracting? Are there more jobs available today than yesterday? You see, is the city closing down on number of jobs, or is it expanding the number of jobs? Are jobs leaving New York City, or are they coming into New York City? You see, in other words then, where are the opportunities for the increased number of students who will be graduating from New York City schools? In other words, ladies and gentlemen, you have to look at the fact that about 65% of the so-called better jobs in New York City are held by white folk. And yet, at the same time, the number of jobs that are available to both whites and blacks or any other group of people in New York City are shrinking. So New York City is faced with a dilemma. It's faced with a dilemma that says, if we educate a large number of people, where will we have the jobs for these people? And if you are one of those educated people, you've gone through 12 years of school, then gone through 4 more years of college education and so forth, and when you get out, you find that there are no jobs, you're going to find yourself in quite a temper. You're going to raise quite a bit of hell. You're going to protest. You're going to create disturbances. So then, in order to block these disturbances from occurring, it is in the city's interest that a large number of people drop out of school. So that when they drop out of school, they can now make the excuse that you're not working because you didn't finish school. Of course, you don't ask the question, would you really have had a job if I finished? But since we accept the idea that you have to finish school and have an education to work, as soon as one says, well, if you had finished, you would have been working, we're willing to then let it go at that. In other words, you can ask the question the other way. What would happen if we educated 80, 90, or 95% of black students, of Latino students, who are the majority of the New York City population now, if we educated them in such a way that they could score as well or outscore white folk? Ultimately, then, that would mean that we as people would replace white folk in the New York City occupational structure. At this point, you would probably see some racism in this town that you thought did not exist. It would be at this point that blatant racism would rise again, to the point as it happened in the South, where people would say, well, I don't really care what kind of educational background you have and what kind of qualifications you have. This is a white man's job, and this is for white folks first. But you see, we don't have to get to that nasty scenario because we drop out before we what? Get there. So it saves the city and it saves the nation some very nasty racial confrontations. That is one of the reasons I argue then that this city and this nation, as much as it talks about preventing dropouts, as much as it talks about improving the educational quality of our children and of our people, never seems to be able to do anything about it. It never seems to be able to change anything. So we have a lot of bleeding hearts about how we wish and how we are trying to see to it that our people are educated and that the disadvantaged are educated, and you get great news pieces about some great teaching method or some great educational approach that can resolve educational problems, but then after a month or two you never hear of the great teaching approach again. In other words, then, we have to keep in mind that it is not in the cards, as far as Europeans are concerned, for African people to ever be their equals. As much conversation as you hear about equality and about, multiculturalism and all of the other stuff you hear floating in the air, the essential thing is that Europeans and whites have no intentions of moving African people from the positions of servitude, and they have no intentions of giving up their power to regulate our opportunities as a people and to regulate those opportunities in their own interest as a people. The other thing that we have to look at too is the fact that we as African people, we are a very moral people, you see. We are really moral. People talk about so-called criminality in the African community. But when you really look at us as a people, we tend to be very moral, and we tend to think that people should do the right thing just because it's right. And if people are in positions of responsibility, they should just take those responsibilities seriously and do and act toward those responsibilities in an equitable manner without regard to race, color, or creed. But this is not a reality at all. When you look at the reality of life, people belonging to different classes, people having different social, political, and economic power operate in their own class interest. No matter how moral it may be, and no matter how moral it may sound, there is no way that the Europeans who have the economic and political power and the advantages that they have today are going to voluntarily give them up to you as African people in the name of some kind of moral principle or in the name of Christianity. And I'm saying this because we think that professionals belonging to a particular ethnic group are going to overlook their ethnicity, that professionals belonging to particular class backgrounds are going to overlook their class background, and that they are going to provide equal opportunity for others. You must recognize, ladies and gentlemen, that class struggles and struggles between groups is a reality. You young people here today, I will assure you that by the time you get 80 or 90 years old, there will still be ethnic struggles. There will still be struggles between ethnic groups. Do not deceive yourself and do not fall for the propaganda that someday, some way, little white boys and little white girls are going to be holding hands and people are going to be measured by the content of their character. You got another thought coming. The struggles between races and groups, the struggles between classes and groups has been here since the very beginning, and they will continue to be here. The only people foolish enough to believe that such an age is going to come are black folk. And this is one of the reasons why today they're on the bottom of the class and economic and political ladders, because they actually believe somehow a miracle is going to occur where folk are going to look at them and not see the color of their skin. If you think that there's going to occur, you got another thought coming. If you're keeping up with the news today, if you're looking at what's going on in all over the world, in Yugoslavia, where you have so-called ethnic cleansing operations going on, where the Serbs are fighting against the Muslims and the Croats and so forth. If you look at this situation, here are people who lived under Russian communism for almost 40 years. And under Russian communism, they were taught the ideals of classlessness, that there is really no difference in classes, that there should be no class differences, there should be no race differences, there should be no differences based on religion and so forth. And communism is about reducing differences based on class, religion, and creed. And the Russians ruled over Yugoslavia, ruled over Czechoslovakia, Armenia, and many other nations, and brought them into what we call the Soviet Empire. Now, as soon as Russia fell apart, what happened? These groups fell into ethnic conflicts. And now you are reading and hearing about the ethnic conflicts that are going on in Herzegovina, in Sarajevo, in Yugoslavia. Even if we look today in our homeland of Africa, we will still see struggles within our African nations between ethnic groups. Ethnic struggles and class struggles are realities. And until we recognize that these are realities and they are realities that we have to confront and deal with, we will be victimized by the realities that we seek to deny. And to a great extent, the thrust of this country has been to get us as an African people to deny reality, has been to get our youth so caught up in music, and so caught up in clothes, and so caught up in wishful thinking, and so caught up in multiculturalism, that they will not recognize the realities that are going on in the world. As I often tell college classes, you talk about multiculturalism in the classroom, and you're singing other group songs, and you're learning to respect other groups and other races. And I ask then, where are the multicultural grocery stores in your neighborhoods? Where are there blacks and Koreans owning the grocery stores? Where are there blacks and Koreans owning the vegetable markets? Where are there blacks and Latinos owning stores and businesses? Where are there blacks and Arabs owning? Where is the multiculturalism that you talk about so much in these schools and in these colleges in real life? When you walk out of these doors and you're taught by multicultural teachers, you're taught by white teachers, and you're taught by teachers from other ethnic groups, but when you walk out of that door, you see essentially one group of people, one group of ethnic people owning your neighborhoods, owning your vegetable markets, owning your businesses, controlling your community economically. So the reality of the school is not the reality of the world. The glorious sounds of Martin Luther King's speeches are not the realities of the world. And you must come to terms with the realities of the world. And the music that you hear and the hip hop and the sadistic rhymes that you hear in this rap is not the reality of the world. The recordings of pieces of Malcolm X's speeches between rap rhymes does not meet what you need to know about what's going on in the world. They are designed to maintain you deaf, dumb, and blind to reality, and ultimately to set you up for death and damnation and rulership by other ethnic groups and other people. You may dip and bow your head to the rhythm of the music, but yet as soon as you dip and bow your head to the rhythm of the music, I can see you looking and looking to see if you can jump over the turnstile to avoid being caught by a white policeman. Because the reality is that while you're dipping and bowing to the sounds of the rap, the white nerds are staying in school, and the same white nerds will be the ones that will arrest you and put you in jail. And it's the same white nerds that you try to avoid at these turnstiles, and it's the same white nerds that sit in these courts and sentence you to 25 years in prison and sentence you to life in prison, and may one day even sentence you to death. You must wake up to the reality of things. And you must wake up to the fact that there is no group of people, white, black, Korean, Latino, Arab, or any other group, that's going to hand you and you and you and you equality on a platter. You're going to have to fight for it. You're going to have to struggle for it. And you're going to have to realize that you have to defend your interests as a people and as a student. And that there are classes today, such as the white middle class, that struggles to maintain its prerogatives. Let me give you an idea, because some people make a big mystery out of education. Let me just read here why we are being miseducated and how we are being miseducated. This was a piece in the New York Times, the 18th of February, 1993. Teaching in a closet or a shower. Crowded classes and more students are a portent of the future. It is so crowded in some New York City public schools that some students get lunch at 10:30 a.m. Some attend classes in churches, empty warehouses, factories, even defunct department stores. Classes are taught in closets, and computer labs are converted shower stalls. And the problem is only getting worse. And they talk about the largest surge in enrollment in a quarter of a century in New York City schools. They indicate here that city public school enrollment peaked in 1971 with the record of 1,140,349 students, as the city entered a period of stark decline and retrenchment. What are we saying here? The number of students that are entering New York City schools is increasing at the very point when New York City schools are becoming poverty-stricken, when the New York City school budgets are what? decreasing and shrinking. This is the school system that African American people have inherited. A school system that is becoming constricted and restricted in its financial possibilities. And yet at the very point that it is becoming constricted in its ability to finance our education, the number of students entering the system is increasing. Schools officials use the opportunity to close and dispose of outdated school buildings that they thought they would never need again. In other words, in the 70s, they thought that the decline in the population of New York City schools would continue. And so they closed some schools, they got rid of them because they thought they would never need them again. And now, lo and behold, what has happened? The population has increased and we have tremendous overcrowding. Much of the recent increase has been attributed to new immigrants who have been filling up public schools in some neighborhoods while seats in other neighborhoods go begging. Some of the growth is also because of the economic pressures on parents during a recession that has resulted in sagging enrollments in private and parochial schools. We are seeing a shrinkage in the population of parochial schools, that is Catholic schools and other private schools. While enrollment in our schools continues to grow dramatically, our share of the state's allocation for education continues to shrink. This was stated by Mr. Fernandez, the outgoing chancellor. In the last 3 years, more than 125,000 immigrant children enrolled in city schools. The largest group came from the Dominican Republic, followed by Jamaica, the former Soviet Union. We're going to come back to this immigrant issue, by the way. The former Soviet Union. In other words, as the Soviet Empire broke down, a lot of the people are leaving that empire, including Soviet Jews and other European white folk, and coming to America. And of course, are being enrolled in New York City schools. They're also coming from Guyana, China, and Haiti. They note that between 1971 and 1991, enrollment in private or parochial schools fell by more than a third to 267,838 from 415,939. So the educational situation here is going to be one of great struggle between groups for shrinking resources. The struggle has been taking place since the very beginning between white and black, with the whites, of course, manipulating the budgets and manipulating the nature of education of African people to maintain their power relations and their dominance over African people. A relationship that they do not intend to give up. Let's compare some of the spending per student in the New York City area between 1986 and 1987. Manhasset, which is out on Long Island, the spending per student per year amounts to $11,372. That is between 86 and 87. Now look at how that compares with New York City during that period, which spent $5,585. In other words, on Long Island, in places where white students are, the state spends more than twice as much money per student than in New York City. This is how ethnic groups, this is how class groups maintain their advantage and maintain their power. Let's look again. Jericho, Long Island. Again, $11,325 per student. Great Neck, $11,000. Again, compare that now to the $5,000 figure I mentioned in New York City. Bronxville, $10,000. Yonkers, Rye, New York, $9,000. Yonkers, $7,000 per student. Levittown, $6,000. Mount Vernon, $6,000. Roosevelt, $6,000. Down to New York City, $5,000. It's no accident then that people coming from these areas, going to these schools, have an advantage over people coming out of the New York City schools. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're not aware of these facts, if you're not struggling in terms of the state allocations for educational funds, If you're not aware of how money is allocated in the state for education, then you're going to be victimized by those allocations. And as you can see, the allocations are weighted to maintaining the status quo. Let's look then again at how this gap has widened. Let's bring it more up to date in terms of 1989 and 90. Manhasset, $15,000 per student. On Long Island again, Jericho, $14,000. Great Neck, $15,000. Now we're coming closer to home. Mount Vernon, $9,000. Roosevelt, $8,000. New York City, $7,000. So what are we indicating here then? That the ethnic and class struggle continues, and that ethnic and class struggle is such that those ethnic groups and those classes which can exercise political and economic power will bias the distribution of educational funds in such a way that their political and economic power is maintained. Now, those are the basic average figures. Now, you can go into particular areas such as Amagansett, Long Island, and you will recognize that there, the average amount of money spent per student in that area is something like $45,000 per student. Yes, you have these tremendous differences. And so you have students who are sitting in computer labs where a class is no more than about 20 people. And they got more than enough computers per student, where just the computer course itself, the catalog dealing with computer education amounts to 55 pages alone, just dealing with the computer education courses that they offer in their schools. So what do you got going on here? Ethnic groups, class groups, using their power to maintain their power and to maintain their differences. So they'll let up on you a little bit, they'll give you a little head start and a little this, but in the end, there's no intention to give you any head start. There's no intention to even let you start out the race even at all. The question then becomes, if the nation no longer needs African people, will it continue to educate them? You see, the thing that we fail to ask ourselves, as indicated by Brother Patrick there, is what is the function of education? We think as African people that the major function of education is to prepare people for jobs. But you never ask yourself, what if the jobs do not exist? We assume that there is a job out there for every educated person, so that all we need to do is just get educated and reach out for the jobs and they'll just fall in our hands. Well, this is another myth. This is not the reality, ladies and gentlemen, of this country today. And it's seldom the reality of many nations. There are many nations and there are countries today where the supply of educated people far exceeds the number of jobs available for those people. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why we have a large number of immigrants in this country today is because there is little opportunity for educated immigrants in their own countries. The average immigrant coming into this country today, in other words, I believe if my figures are not wrong, but they're in the ballpark, my last reading was that 46% of the immigrants coming into the United States today have college degrees. This compares with something like 18% of native-born blacks with college degrees. You understand? Even if you compare people coming from the Caribbean, I believe it is something like 30% Caribbean with college level education, as against something like 18 to 16% of native-born African American with college level education. And when you look at black males, you're comparing something like 30% of Caribbean educated people is against something like 13% African American males. So there's a major question that is buried in these statistics. And that situation is this: why should we continue to educate African Americans when we can ship in educated people from other nations and other places? And I'm going to come back to that in a minute, because this is exactly what is going on and what is happening. But the more fundamental question is, if there are few jobs, or if there is a slow growth of jobs, do we need to continue to produce the same number or a larger number of educated people? If, as we argued earlier, education like welfare is used to regulate people and to regulate the country, then why, if whites did recognize that the number of jobs that are available do not exceed the number of educated people, why then would not the system decide that it's going to do what? Cut back on the number of educated people, even though it will hide that behind a lot of mystical ideas that they're dropping out on their own, that they don't have ambition, that, you know, they come from the wrong class background, or they come from the projects, and all that other stuff. But in the end, no matter how they explain it, there will be fewer of us getting education, and therefore fewer of us to compete with the others. Even if this country needed the African American, could it educate him according to standard methods? You see, that is, we are beginning to run into the situation of where the country could say, yes, we could possibly, and I'm speaking hypothetically because this is not the reality. You could say hypothetically that, yes, we may need more African Americans in the labor market, and we should bring more of them in. A major question becomes then, can these schools really appropriately educate African people, particularly when these schools are based on another model, and these schools are not designed to meet the educational needs of African American people, or designed to meet the psychology and history of African American people, so that we could be appropriately educated in them. To a great extent, I've said on many other occasions, these schools, and this school that you sit in right now, never was designed with the idea that you would be the majority in mind in it. This school still operates on the model of the white child. Its whole structure, its teaching approach, in fact, its very physical design, its very values and language structures and so forth, is based on students who are no longer in the school at all. It's based on the white middle-class child. And the very fact that it is based on that child, it is based on the developmental psychology of that child, means that it is mismatched with the psychology that our children enter in its doors with. In a sense, then, there's a built-in failure in the very design of the school itself, in that this school, being based on the developmental psychology of white children, being based on the linguistic orientation of white children, on the value orientations of white children, on the intentionalities of white children, but not only on white children, but white people in general, is a school then that cannot meet the needs of the African and other children in it. And the major question then is America and is New York City willing to change the structures of these schools so that it can actually appropriately educate our children? What is the appropriate education for our children? Is there any need, actually, for these schools to actually be changed to better educate our people, if there's not much need for our people in the workforce? So is the struggle that we are having trying to bring in so-called multicultural education, African-centered education, really a struggle that is prolonged, not because the other side does not understand the value of that education, but maybe because the other side actually does understand it. And maybe because when we talk about preparing our children to compete equally or better than the other people, the other system actually, the other people actually do not want this to occur, and therefore get us caught up in long and drawn out struggles. What are the alternatives to educating African Americans? I've just mentioned the major alternatives. The major alternatives to educating our people is to ship in educated people from elsewhere, and therefore forget about the funding and the true education of black people, and make school a big babysitting operation and let you hang in here until you drop out and then blame yourself for not continuing. There is a major deception then among black people that education alone is going to solve our problems as a people, and that opportunity exists out there, and all we need to do is just have the drive and the will and the qualifications to get there. And we have a lot of baloney and propaganda in our community being perpetrated and propagated along these lines. If you look here last month, you will see in Black Enterprise magazine a cover story under the title, "The 40 Most Powerful Black Executives in the United States." I mean, a real farce, a total deception. Here are these high-class servants supposedly representing powerful people who could be laid off tomorrow with the snap of a finger. And is this the ideal of African people, that African men and women end up being second bananas to white folk and look at themselves as representing powerful positions? What about those black executives who own something and who control something? What are 40 powerful executives anyway? In what way have these 40 powerful executives changed your life? Have they put an added nickel in your pocket? Have they given you an additional job? Then how is their elevation representing the elevation of black folk? What are 40 men and women out of 35 or 40 million men and women? There are 35 to 40 million black people in this country, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably 50 million. So are we going to then fall for the deception that 40 black folk in second banana jobs implies great advancement for Negro people in America? What if we had black executives over all of the Fortune 500 companies? What does that mean within the context of 40 million black folk? But you see, we got a bunch of people here who want to make you think that their getting a job represents an advancement for the race. The greatest measure of advancement for the race is the movement of average people into jobs, not the movement of a small elite. But what is it doing for the average person? It is an insult in this system anyway that an 8th grade or 9th grade educated person can't get a good job. See, we accept this as writ. The idea that if you got an 8th grade education, 9th grade education, you're supposed to starve to death. Where is that written in concrete? What kind of nation is it that will project this kind of mythology, that simply because you don't finish high school, or simply because you only finish high school, you're supposed to work for a poverty wage? But we've sort of bought into this concept and this idea. Now let's look quickly here then at the number of black folk who are making $50,000 and above. You know, that would include these great executives, right? You know what percentage of black people earn $50,000 and over? 15% of the black population. Only 15% of this 40 million people. 14 earn between $35,000 and $50,000, 14%. 14% earn between $25,000 and $35,000. 18 between $15,000 and $25,000. 11 between $10,000 and $15,000. And 15% between $5,000 and $9,000. In other words, 15% of the people are below the official poverty line, with 11% making under $5,000 a year. So we must look at progress in terms of where the average person, where these people between, let's say, 25,000 and below moving. And are those people moving? Not this small percentage that may be getting above $50,000 a year. Be very careful. J.C. Smith, an author, made the following statement: the most efficient way to maintain power is to give a little where it shows a lot. Thus, the system only removes some of the most obvious forms of exploitation and abuse. What are we talking about here? We're talking about tokenism. In other words, this nation can get a lot of mileage out of appointing 40 executives to positions, to high-profile positions in its industrial structure, and have black people then to see the appointment of these 40 people as representing progress for the whole race. This is what we mean by saying what, give a little where it shows a lot. Okay, we'll give you a few positions, and they are high-profile positions, and therefore you're overwhelmed by people being in this position, and you're fed with the false hope then that these positions and all the other positions that we don't have are now open and available to us as a people. You must recognize in my last reading that there are something like 17 million businesses in America. And to have 40 executives or even 500 executives, black executives, or to have 5,000 black executives is almost an unmeasurable number in amongst 17 million businesses. And if at last count, if my memory serves me, there's something like 77,000 black businesses. So again, you begin to realize the tremendous economic gap between black folk and so-called white folk and other folk in this system. However, the appointing of these black executives in these high-profile positions helps to deceive us and helps us buy into the ideology of individualism. The idea is that these black executives are in these positions because they study hard at night, and because they came from the right families, and because their mothers supported them, another kind of stupidity that we hear day in and day out. And therefore, we would not question the class structure of this system. We will not question the ethnic structure of the system. We will not structure the nature of power relations. We will not structure the intentions of Europeans to continue to maintain control over our lives. What the European has done essentially then is to blind us to the reality that their control over our lives and their control over the world is as strong, if not stronger, as it ever was, by appointing a few black people in high-profile positions, and to feed the rest of us with vain hopes that we one day will be among those few appointees, and to therefore deceive us into supporting the ideology of individualism, each one doing his own thing, that we do not have to operate as a race and as a collective group, and we do not have to operate on the basis of a common African identity, that we do not have to operate on the basis of a nation within a nation and as a people against other people, that all we have to do is pursue our own individual interests, and we will therefore make it. This is a major deception. It is very important that we face the reality of America today and face the reality of the world today. More so than that, it is very important that we face the reality of our own situation as African Americans. I've talked in other arenas about what I call the crisis of white supremacy. One of the reasons we don't worry too much as an African people, even when we're doing badly, and even when I'm talking the way I'm talking today, is it is very difficult for many African people to perceive the white man as not being in control of the world. Yeah. You know, we've seen so many movies where white boys win all the time. We've seen so many sitcoms where in 30 minutes a white boy figures out a way to save the day. We've seen so many white supermen and Spider-Men and all these other kinds of men who are able to save Gotham from criminals and stuff, until we have been subliminally indoctrinated with the idea that white folk will always be on top. Many of us do not recognize that white folk will not always be on top and have not always been on top. That the white man on the so-called top has only been there for about 500 years out of the millions of years man has existed on this globe. And that the black man has been on top for thousands of years longer than the white man will ever know. But for people who don't know their own history, and for people who don't read history, for people who get their knowledge from cartoons and from sitcoms and from TV, you will never be aware of this. And so there are those among us, particularly those who live in America, who believe that since we live among the top white folk in the world, they will always stay on top and they will always hand us a crust of bread. There will always be welfare. And yet Clinton today is telling you that he's going to sweep you off of welfare after 2 years on it. And that one of the major programs that the Republicans are crying out for and other people are crying out for cutting are welfare programs. If you look at some of the states across this country, such as California, Michigan, and other states, you will see welfare programs and other what we call government transfer programs, where money is transferred from the government to people in poverty. They have been declining over the past decade or so. Poor people are getting poorer in America, not better in America. As a matter of fact, we have as many, if not more now, poor people in America as we had in the early 1970s. Poverty has actually increased and is increasing to the point of where we initiated a war on poverty at the end and the middle 1960s. When you look at the number of African American children in poverty, the number of African American children who live in poverty today is the same as the number that lived in poverty in 1949. Okay? And this is what you have to measure sometimes, by the way, when you look at statistics. Because some people want to say, well, you know, 2/3 of black folk are in the middle class. And 3/4 of black men are above the poverty level in earnings. But that's not the most important measure of where we are as African people. What you have to look at in terms of where you are as an African people are the number of children who are in poverty. You see? What number of children live in poverty-stricken circumstances? And when you live in poverty-stricken circumstances, you are not just living in an area where there is an absence of money. You're living in an area where there are absences all about you. You generally then will live in areas where there is a high level of criminality, high levels of drug addiction, high levels of prostitution and other things going on, poor educational opportunities, poor job opportunities, poor health care, and other types of things. So when we say people are poor, we are not talking about people who just are lacking money. We're talking about people who are living under particular conditions that destroy the spirit, destroy the mind, destroy values, destroy outlooks, and continues to perpetuate poverty through the type of psychology that is ultimately inculcated in those people. And therefore, the more sensitive measure of the nature of where we are as a people are the number of our children who are living in poverty-stricken circumstances. So while we may talk about a third or two-thirds of our people living above the so-called poverty line, we must recognize that almost two-thirds of our children are living under poverty-stricken circumstances, and that does not augur well for the race. Simply because you have something does not mean that you will keep it. And this is another error that many black people make. They think now because they got good jobs, or you think now because you may be living better, that the world, that this is going to continue. There's no universal law written in stone that because you're living well today, you're going to live better tomorrow. I frequently criticize this myth in America, this myth that we call the myth of progress, or the idea of progress. That is that things get better with time, so that even if they're not the way we want them today, they will be better tomorrow. Who told you that lie? They could be worse tomorrow. People don't only progress in history, they regress in history. Empires not only are built and grow up in histories, empires do what? Fall and collapse in histories. You must understand that. So simply because you may have a higher level of opportunity today, simply because you may have a higher income today, in no way guarantees greater opportunity tomorrow or higher income tomorrow. So there are those who will look at this so-called progress that African Americans have achieved today and will assume then that this expansion will continue in the future. And yet a reading of our own history would demonstrate that that is not the case. This is not the first time black people voted. This is not the first time black people have gone to so-called integrated school. This is not the first time in the history of African Americans that you had black mayors, that you've had black people sitting in the Congress of the United States, that you've had black people sitting in the Senate of the United States, that you've had black people head of corporations, living in white neighborhoods. You know the time that this occurred in this country? This same type of lifestyle occurred in the United States over 100 years ago in the 1870s. Back in the 1870s, black people were expecting to have a black president, a vice president elected anytime. You had black people in the 1870s proclaiming that the era of racism was over, that people would no longer be judged based on their race or background in the 1870s. But do you know what happened in the 1870s? Blacks were disenfranchised. The votes were taken away. Black people were thrown physically out of state legislatures. Black people were terrorized from the voting polls and were not allowed to vote. Black people who had been buried in graveyards beside white folk, they had their bodies dug up and shipped somewhere else. In other words, you see, because you are integrated doesn't mean you cannot become disintegrated. And it took then 100 years, up to the 1960s and 70s, for black people to re-achieve again the things they had 100 years before. So there is no guarantee that because you have some kind of opportunities today, or because you're making some kind of progress today, that that progress is guaranteed to you. Why were black people rejected and why were they disenfranchised? Because a group of white folk thought that it was in their interest that they be disenfranchised. And we are in exactly the same position today, when there is a group of white folk in America today who come to believe seriously that it is in their interest to remove opportunities from black folk and to disenfranchise us, then it will happen. And ladies and gentlemen, it is on the verge of happening today. And we have to then keep this in mind. Why is this happening today? For one of the major reasons, it happened in the 1870s. Because in the 1870s, a part of the struggle also had to do with the economic nature of America. And America undergoing recession, and America undergoing depression, and America undergoing economic problems. And therefore, there was a need to readjust the racial status quo. And black people then were a part of that readjustment. We believe then, and this is what I was talking about earlier, we think then that whites will always be on top, and therefore their being on top is going to at least guarantee that we eat. That is a serious deception. I've talked before about the crisis of white supremacy. The fact now that there is a question as to whether whites will be the supreme race on this globe. There is beginning to be every likelihood that the Asian ethnic group will be the supreme ruling group on this globe, particularly if Africans are still listening to hip hop and still caught up in music and are still not caught up with the realities of what's going on. And I've often asked the question then, are we as African people struggling to gain our freedom from white domination only to fall under the domination of Asians? And that possibility is becoming more and more real today. There is no universal law that guarantees that white folks shall always win today, that they will always be on top, and therefore African people should be aware of the fact that we can no longer depend upon white prosperity and depend upon white domination to provide us with second banana existences or existences at all. Now, if you read this year's The State of Black America, 1993, put out by the Urban League, and I urge people to read this particular publication, which is bulging with statistics, I think it will sober you up to a very great extent. But let's again look for a moment at the nature of the American economy in terms of jobs, since we are being educated to get jobs, aren't we? New York Times, February 28, 1993. Clinton plan confounds union chiefs. The headline reads, "Wanted, high-tech jobs for retrained workers." In other words, you're retraining workers for jobs, but what? Where are the jobs? And it starts by saying, what American workers need are a lot more high-wage, high-skilled, quality jobs, as President Clinton called them last week. Find those jobs and train people to do them, and the government, the schools, industry, and labor unions will build a prosperous middle class and the mighty American economy of the 21st century. We need an aggressive attempt to create high-tech jobs of the future, the president said. That was just a thematic salvo to the jobs plan that the administration will eventually put together. But the planners might have to do some heavy thinking about one dimension. Just what are those high-tech jobs? What are they? Where are they? Where are those jobs waiting for you simply because you got an education? They go in and ask other questions. What jobs are you going to train people for? This is America. These are the questions that America is asking itself. What kind of jobs are we going to train our people for? But this question is being asked in Germany. It's being asked in England. It's being asked in France. It's being asked across the European diaspora as well. It's being asked in Russia, in Eastern Europe. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, white American European capitalism is in a state of crisis, And that means that African American people who are dependent upon the health of capitalism are also in a state of crisis. You've heard that phrase, when white folk get a cold, black folk get the flu. Well, you're going to really get the flu with this one. The other question is asked, does Ron Carey, president of the Teamsters Union, know? No. He says, I would not know how that comes about. Giant corporations, giant companies like General Motors, IBM, United Technologies, Boeing, Eastman Kodak, and Sears, Roebuck are still shedding workers. Many of them high wage, highly skilled machinists, tool makers, and sheet metal workers, accountants, supervisors, and systems engineers. So does that sound like a great opportunity awaiting you simply because you're qualified? Within 1 week, Sears, Roebuck, and these other companies, with one week, announced 100,000 layoffs. There's a hoax around this idea that this country is in dire need of skilled workers. How can it be in dire need of skilled workers when it is laying off skilled workers by the thousands? And not only is it laying off skilled workers by the thousand, it is laying off skilled managerial workers by the thousand, middle management people. You see, those jobs that we as black folk used to talk about that set the glass ceiling beyond which we can't go, well, those jobs also now are being eliminated. The unemployment in the managerial areas is shrinking, not expanding. So then there's severe crisis. With GM and IBM boarding up factories, many of those jobs will never return. I tried to warn my people that America is going through a major restructuring in its economic system. We are not just suffering from some kind of recovery after which it is over, we'll return to the jobs from which we were laid off. These jobs from which we are being laid off are disappearing, never to come back again. You have now in this country a recovery that is occurring, but not creating new jobs. And this is a part of the problem. So you can now have an increase in business activity, yet that increase does not mean an increase in job opportunities. And what does that imply then? It implies either that more people are working overtime that are already there, but on a more ominous level, it implies that while people were being laid off, their jobs were being restructured or phased out and being replaced by computerized activities, or the nation's corporations are completely reorganizing themselves so that they will not need as many workers in the future. The companies in this country now are shipping jobs out of the country, period. They are deindustrializing this nation, which means that whole factories are being just taken wholesale out of this country and being planted in other nations across the world. Which means then that the good old factory jobs that used to pay well are no longer there. That is why black people are suffering in Detroit, suffering in the Midwest, suffering in the Northeast to a degree that they've never suffered before, because these areas used to be the chief industrial areas of this country. Now, these areas are being stripped of their industrial base, and the industries are being shipped out to other nations. And you got people now who are working for $4 a day on a job that we used to work for at $10, $20, and $30 an hour. And therefore, the corporations are no longer interested in hiring people who are demanding $15, $20, $30 an hour when they can take these jobs right down to Mexico and have the Mexicans and others work for $3, $4, $5 a day, ladies and gentlemen. This is the nature of what's going on in the world. They're no longer that interested either in developing computer technologists when they can hire a computer technologist in Ireland, or in some other part of the world with their computer hooked directly into a main terminal in the United States so that information can be put directly into that computer outside of the country and communicated directly to computers here. Why then hire an American worker at $10, $15 an hour to run a computer when you can hire a computer operator overseas for the same price? You see, this communications revolution has drastically restructured the system. It means then that a computer operator in Ireland or some other part of the world can communicate as rapidly with you in America as you can communicate with someone downtown. As a matter of fact, when you call up now to get an airline reservation or so forth, you may be talking to someone in Jamaica or talking to someone in some other island somewhere and thinking that you're talking to them right here in the country. It has gotten to the point now where it is cheaper to employ people halfway around the world, ship the stuff back over here, than it is to make the stuff right here in America. I am in publishing. We send our books out to get printed. In actuality, it's cheaper now for us to send our books probably to Taiwan and have them printed there and shipped back to the United States than to have them printed in the country, say like in Michigan, and have a truck drive them to New York City. This is the kind of thing that's going on here. This is not just an ordinary recession. This is a major restructuring of the world. And if African people do not wake up and understand what is going on, we are going to be surplus people. And this country has a very clear record of what it does with surplus people. It does not feed them welfare. It does not give them handout. It kills them. Read the history of the Native American. The Native American in the United States was not destroyed simply because they were surplus, you see. They were of little or no economic value to this country. And therefore, this country did not intend to feed what it called useless mouths. And therefore, it could better live without them. And there is no capitalist system that's going to carry on the burden of millions of people. It will see you dead before it will see itself dragged into the ground. White folk are not going to see a decline in their power or a decline in their dominance because they're taking care of black folk. I want you to make that very clear. If they have to make a choice between being number one in the world and top dog in the world and carrying a bunch of black folk on their back, there's no choice at all. The decision is already made in the question. They're going to rid themselves of you, like any other people in their right minds will do. So, let's continue. You got to face the hard reality. It's only a brainwashed Negro that will sacrifice himself to other people. But and it goes on, but what many skilled workers are getting now are low-wage, low-skilled, lousy jobs. In the view of people at the union's executive council meeting here, the middle class that emerged in the bustling economy of the 50s and 60s is sliding into the ranks of the working poor. The skilled two-worker, two-job family with generous health and pension benefits is becoming the unskilled two-worker, 2, 3, and 4 part-time job family without benefits. And it goes on here. But let's look at the African situation right quickly, as depicted by the Urban League. As they look at the nature of what is happening in America. This article is titled African Americans in the 21st Century Labor Market. We're speaking now of the 21st century. Improving the Fit by Billy J. Tidwell. He writes here that the implications of these trends, the kind of trends that I've just mentioned, along with others, are at once promising and perilous, referring to African people. On one hand, the changing demography of the labor force may combine with the mountain centrality of human resources to expand opportunity for the group. What he's saying here is, due to the fact that white folks and their population is not growing at such a high rate, and that in the 21st century, there will be more non-whites in America than whites, that may mean an opportunity for black folk, since they may have to hire more black folk to continue to run the country than they did in the past. But that is based on an assumption. And we've already talked about how this assumption can be knocked out. Simply because there will be more black folk and more Latinas and so forth than whites does not necessarily mean that the opportunity structure will open up for us. It may mean, as I mentioned earlier, that the country will simply ship in more immigrants, you see, to take the jobs, or, as what is happening, it will ship out the jobs, you see, and just give the jobs to other ethnic groups in other nations and in other places. So you can't sit back and say, well, we're going to be the majority in the 21st century, and there are going to be more people of color in America than there will be white folk. So America would have to hire us because there ain't enough white folk to run the place. Yeah, okay, you believe that if you wish. America is already demonstrating that it will move those jobs around and move those industries around in other places. Not only is it moving the industrial jobs around, it is moving the brain jobs around, the engineering jobs, the research jobs, the scientific jobs. This country now is beginning to get its major research and developmental work being done by Indians in India, by people in Malaysia, because these people produce a much higher level of engineers and others than even American whites are producing, and particularly American blacks are producing in the country. Many major American corporations now are beginning to ship even their headquarters into other countries. Okay, so not even the major headquarters will be located in the United States. So there are tremendous changes going on, and these changes point to great dangers. He goes on to say, on the other hand, as intimated, the contemporary labor market is much different from that which existed during the heyday of industrialism, when one's pursuit of economic well-being was well served by physical muscle. In the new era, intellectual muscle, that is the ability to think analytically, compute, comprehend instructions, make decisions, communicate clearly, interact effectively in group endeavor, is the ticket to prosperity. In this connection, there continues to be an unsettling lack of conversion, that is, of a coming together between where black folk are and where we need to be. In a bad fit between the overall conditions of African Americans and the human capital that the changing economy needs. In other words, we're not in the right place. One writer has made this point in stark, poignant terms. Black Americans have outlived their usefulness. Their raison d'etre, that is their usefulness, their reason for being, to this society has ceased to be a compelling issue. Once an economic asset, they are now considered an economic drag. The wood is all hewn, the water all drawn, the cotton all picked, and the rails reach from coast to coast. The ditches are all dug and the dishes are all put away, and only a few shoes remain to be shined. Okay? So people are very clear about where we are. He goes on to say, at the same time, the analysis leaves no doubt that African Americans must be much more astute and proactive on behalf of their own development and participation in the economic mainstream. Jacob, who heads the Urban Leagues, made this statement: African American children must be trained to see and seize opportunity in the chaos of the changing domestic marketplace. We must develop a new mindset. In the light of time, I won't go through some of the other things they indicate here to point to the nature of what is going on in this economy. I just want to read just a couple of other things because I really want you to seriously look at this situation here. What does the industrial restructuring portend for African Americans in the future? The prospects are less than sanguine. I mean, less than disturbing. They're quite disturbing. African Americans continue to be greatly dependent on the manufacturing sector. accounting for more than 10% of all manufacturing workers in 1991. Hence, there is a bad fit between the current distribution of the African American workforce and the reconfiguring industrial base. In other words, African Americans, in terms of where we are in the labor force today, we are in the very areas that will be shranked to the greatest degree tomorrow. We are all almost sitting in the wrong position to take advantage of the nature of the restructuring of this economy. We're sitting in the kind of jobs and being trained for the kind of jobs that essentially will not exist, or very few of which will exist in the future. In any event, the restructuring of the economy's industrial base has brought disproportionate hardship to the African American workforce. Under present conditions, there is little reason to expect this circumstance to improve. The parallel pattern of occupational changes could have even more ominous implications for our people. So here we are in a very serious pass as a people. We'll just quote you one more. After looking at the kinds of jobs that are projected to be more plentiful between the years 1990 and the year 2005, again, the fit is not very good. Talking about our people again, African Americans are greatly underrepresented in the fastest growing occupations and overrepresented by those having the slowest projected growth. For example, in 1991, African Americans accounted for just 9% of the employed workforce in the front-running technical and related support occupations, which are expanding at a 37% rate. By contrast, the African American share of the shrinking operators, fabricators, and laborers group has nearly 4 times the minimum 4% growth rate for these occupations. And so again, we in the wrong place at the wrong time. In short, the shifting occupational structure does not bode well for the economic future of African Americans. Both their current placement in the labor market and their relative position on the hierarchy of educational attainment are major constraints. Relieving these constraints, that is, improving the fit, is essential to the overall economic well-being of the African American community in the years ahead. But the challenge may be more complicated than that. And so we are facing the possibility that even this may not change our situation as a people. So what is the function of education? Is the function of education to get you jobs that don't exist? Or is the function of education a bit more deep than mere job training? Is it a bit more deep than operating on the assumption that the economy will just continue to expand and that there are jobs out there waiting for the educated and the highly skilled, and all you got to do is reach out and the apple will just drop in your hand? What is education about? You see, the major function of education, of course, is something that all groups of people have recognized, and groups of people who saw themselves as people and saw themselves as nations. And that is the basic function of education, is to secure the survival of a people, to maintain their very biological existence, and to enhance their quality of life. Education is not just about an individualistic preparation of some people for jobs. Ultimately, it must be the preparation of the people as a whole to maintain their existence, of which maintaining jobs and employment is a part of this major need. But it does not define it totally, you see. When you see the United States in its struggle against the Japanese and how they will maintain their supremacy in the world, how they will maintain their economic position in the world relative to the Japanese. You see them examining the nature of American education. They're not examining the nature of African American education as much as they're examining the nature of white folks' education, because they see that the education of their children and of themselves is crucial to their very survival, and that it is not merely designed to get one or two people a job, but ultimately is designed to maintain the very life of the group itself. We as African people then must measure our education and how good our education is or how bad it is in terms of the degree to which it contributes to us maintaining our very biological existence, and to the degree to which our educated people contribute to enhancing the quality of life of ourselves as a people, not whether one or two Negroes struggle to the top and then try to project themselves as some kind of role models for the rest, and then go out preaching some ideology of individualism, saying that you can make it if you only try. Ultimately then, African people must take responsibility for their own education and must define education in terms of our own interests as a people. Education, by the very role it plays in the life of a people, must then, in the life of African people, be an African-centered education. The Japanese are not being educated for black folk. The white folk are not being educated for black folk. There's no group of people on this earth being educated to see to the interests of black folk. There's no people who are in their right mind being educated to see to the interests of other people and to serve the needs of other people. Folk who know that they are folk and people who know that they're people who know what their identity is, are operating in their own interests. And it will continue to be that way. And people who are on top in the world, people who are in control of their economic and political circumstances, people who are major players in the world, are people who've taken responsibility for their own education and for the education of their own children. You do not see any group of people who are on top in the world, any group of people who are creating a life for themselves, placing the education of their children in the hands of someone else. And it is no way you as African people and we as African people are ever going to be in control of ourselves if we are not in the control of the education of our children. I don't care how much you talk to white folk about doing the right thing, how many suits you take before the Supreme Court, how many integration struggles you pursue and all of this. In the end, you are the only one who can be responsible for your education and the education of your children. No other people. And they've shown you that already. They said, okay, we'll let your kids into these schools. And you thought that was going to be the answer. And now you got them into the schools and you have them taught by white folk. And what are we complaining about? About the fact that they can't read and they can't write. So what have we gained? How can we then take responsibility for our children? And why are our children failing in these schools? Or why are they not getting the kind of education they should get? To a great extent, of course, it is due to our own lack of self-knowledge, of knowing who we are, and knowing what we are about and what we should be about as a people. And self-knowledge ultimately means knowledge of reality. Just doesn't mean knowing who you are in the sense of your own characteristics, your own strengths and weaknesses and so forth. That's a part of it. But it's also getting to know the world and getting to know reality and how reality creates the person you call yourself and who you are, and how then you must interact with that reality in defense of yourself and in the interest of yourself. African people, as a result of being oppressed and as a result of being diverted by foreign ideologies, have lost a knowledge of themselves and lost the knowledge of where our goals should point to, have therefore then lost the knowledge of how our children should be educated. The book, The Developmental Psychology of the Black Child, is a book about self-knowledge. Many African Americans operate on the idea that black children only differ from white children in terms of skin color, and that all children develop the same rate, the same way, with the same values and psychology all across the world, regardless of race. We've been fed that nonsense, and we believe it. And therefore, we assume then that our children should be educated exactly in the same way by the same people as white children. And we assume then if we put them into the same classrooms and have them taught by the same teachers and have them read from the same books, they will get the same education. And we are now puzzled then as to why, after we've put them in the same classrooms, have them taught by white teachers, have them put in schools run by white principals and white superintendents, and we've struggled and put them in integrated schools, they still have problems in reading and writing and learning and education, period. We're puzzled by this idea. But could it be because we really did not know ourselves? We did not know the fact that black children do not develop at the same rate or in the same way as white children. And some of you will let me just read you something quickly here from Awakening the Natural Genius of Black Children about the nature of the development of the black child. Here's a study that was done in Kenya and Uganda on African children. A study that was supposed to look at the effects of malnutrition, and where the white psychologists and others went over to look at the development of black children, and they expected these children to be retarded in their development. Let me just read a piece here of a description of what they found. In 1956, Marcel Gibert, under a research grant from the United Nations Children Fund, traveled to Africa to study the effects of malnutrition on infant and child intelligence. Let's pick the people who suffer from malnutrition the most, and we'll get a clear case as to what the effects of malnutrition are on children's development and intelligence. But they made a momentous discovery. She found the most precocious, brilliant, and advanced infants and children ever observed anywhere. These infants had smiled continuously and rapturously from at least their 4th day of life. Blood analyses showed that all the adrenal steroids connected with birth stress were totally absent by the 4th day after birth. Sensory motor learning and development were phenomenal, indeed miraculous. This is what we talk about when we talk about black child development. This is not a child who happens to be black. We're talking about an African child whose Africanness is a part of their total development orientation. A superior intellectual development held for the first 4 years of life. So we're not talking about children who only differ in color or different in the way they grow in terms of their bone development and teeth development. We're not talking about the fact that black children speak before white children, months ahead of white children. They walk months ahead of white children, and so forth. We are also talking about the fact that their intellectual characteristics are in advance of white children. We're not talking about the mere fact of black children who can do things at 2 days old that it will take a white child a month and a half to do. You understand? So you've got to know yourself. Let's continue. These infants were awake a surprising amount of time, which meant that they were able to take in information from the world and learn from the world and be shaped by the world because they weren't spending all of their time asleep to the world. Alert, watchful, happy, calm. They virtually never cried. The mother responded to the infant's every gesture and assisted the child in any and every move that was undertaken, so that every move initiated by the child ended in immediate success. And I don't have time to talk about the psychology of what this sentence means, but it implies that you begin to build confidence in children from the very first day by responding to their needs. and by meeting their needs, you begin to build in them a sense of competence, that when they indicate a need, the world will respond, that they can control what happens to them by projecting certain types of communicational signals to the world. In other words, self-confidence, a sense of competence, a sense of initiative, a sense of self-control and so forth begins to be developed in a child from the very first moment of birth, depending on how the parent responds to the child and depending on how the environment responds to the child. And when we look then at the way African mothers respond to these children, we see a reciprocal relationship going on. Their response to these children and the ability of these children to emit responses reciprocate each other and advance the intellectual and physical development of these children. He goes on to say that at 2 days of age, 48 hours, these infants sat bolt upright, held only by the forearms, with a beautifully straight back and perfect head balance, their finely focused eyes staring intently, intelligently at their mothers, and they smiled and smiled and smiled. Now, they gave these children tests a bit later, and one test here involved, at 6 weeks old, 7 weeks, a particular, let's read it. At 6 or 7 weeks, these children crawled skillfully and could sit up by themselves and would sit spellbound before a mirror, looking at their own images for long periods. This particular ability was not to be expected in European American children, in the American European child, before 24 weeks. What are we saying here? That the African child is exhibiting at the 6th and 7th week, okay, those things that the American European child is not expected to exhibit until the 6th month. So we're not talking about children who happen to be black, you see, or children who are colored, you see. We are talking about children who are the children of the first of mankind on this earth. And as black man was the first to walk on this earth, the black child is the first child to walk as a child. And as the black man was the first to speak language on this earth, the black child is the first to use language and symbols. As the black man was the first to draw intelligent conclusions and build cities and nations and to engineer the world, the black child exhibits in its psychomotor responses and its ability to coordinate its bodies with its mind before white children, that the history of black people is yet in the genes of his children, and that the potential of the black man is in the potential of his children. But a people who do not know themselves, who do not know their history, who believe the propaganda put out by racists, who have such an inferiority complex until they are willing to step down to white folk instead of living up to their potential, will destroy the potential that they have. There is no reason on earth for the black man to be ruled by white folk or any other man. There's no reason for the black man to be dependent on any other people. You can only see that as your natural role, and you can only see that as your natural place in the world if you've come to believe lies and mythologies, and if you've come to believe in your own inferiority as a people. And the greatest damage then that is done to African children in these educational establishments today is done through the low expectations of African American parents and of the African American community and the low expectations of other people who have no knowledge of who African people are and the potential of our people as a whole. Therefore, you got to know who you are. At 2 days old, and we'll bring it to a close here in a minute, these infants sat upright, held between 6 and 7 months, the Uganda children performed the toy box retrieval test. Jabir, that's the psychologist, showed the infant a toy, walked across the room, put the toy in a tall box. The child leaped up, ran across the room, and retrieved the toy. Besides the sensory motor skills of walking and retrieval, the test shows that the object constancy had taken place. The first great shift of logical processing in the brain, at which point an object out of sight is no longer out of mind, the characteristic of infancy and early childhood. This test, successfully completed by Ugandan children between 6 and 7 months of age was not to be expected until somewhere between the 15th and the 18th months in American and European child. We're not talking about people who happen to be colored, you understand? But if you don't know yourself, if you don't know your developmental history, if you don't know that your psychology as an individual and your psychology as a people comes out of your unique experience as an individual and as a people, if you're not aware of this, if you're not aware of how your experience as a people shapes the way you think, the way you see the world, the way you see yourself, shapes your very values, shapes your motivations, shape your goals and aims in life. If you're not aware of that, and if you're not aware of how the American experience has shaped these things to fit the dominance of white folk, then you're going to miseducate your children, you're going to miseducate yourself, and you're going to remain under the domination and control, not only of white folk, but of any other folk that comes into this country and comes into this world. Arabs will rule over you, Latins will rule over you, Asians will rule over you, everybody will rule over you, and anybody who has a sense of who they are, what they are, anyone who operates and educates their children according to their tradition, according to their background, according to their history, according to their identity. The Japanese educate their children in terms of their Japanese-ness, not in terms of white folk, not in terms of black folk, but in terms of themselves. It is the brainwashed Negro who tries to educate himself as if he were not black, but as if he were some white person. And this leads to miseducation, if no education at all. There are many effective schools, and we don't have time to talk about them today. I have the information here, but the time is catching up with us. There are many good examples of black schools that have succeeded well. One of the examples, I just need to read just a little bit here, is one of the Marcus Garvey School that's quoted in this book. And let's just read quickly. A Marcus Garvey, all-black school, African-centered school. Not a bunch of black folks sitting in with white folk, sitting under white teachers who think that they can't learn and think that 2 + 2 is not 4 in the Bronx. It's only 4 when you ship them out to Westchester. You know, who think that you can't learn to read. You know, you can't learn to read to escape from their Africanness, when they don't believe that to be called African is a curse. You see, when they don't run from their Africanness, but they run to it, and they embrace it, and they become a part of it. Let's see what happens to their learning when they decide and say out loud that I'm black and I'm proud, and that I'm African and I'm proud. Let's look at a school then that is all African. What does it say here about this school? Students in Marcus Garvey School, this is in California, range from 2-year-old preschoolers to 9th graders. Garvey's emphasis, even for preschoolers, is on academics. Some of you go to these little Head Start schools and these early childhood education schools based on white folks' theory. They should learn to be social. Well, they've been socializing from day one. You know, black people are the most social people around. So you don't need to bring them into an early educational situation to socialize some more. In fact, you need to tone it down and get them into a structured situation and put them into an academic setting. Let the white folks play. Our children in kindergarten are reading out of 6th grade books. This is what happens when you admit that you're an African person. But when you're running from your Africanness, you can't read well, you see. Their progress in arithmetic has not been quite as dramatic. Most students are working 3 or 4 grades above level in arithmetic. Okay. Marcus Garvey has no physical education program, never will, according to Palmer. And its arts and crafts programs are minimal. The focus is on the basics. As Palmer describes it, the ones our children will need in order to compete. You got to look at the future. Palmer, who heads this school, looks at the future. We've got to compete with the Japanese. We've got to compete with white folk. We've got to compete with the Latinas. We've got to compete with all other ethnic groups. This ain't about no harmony and love between sisters and the brothers and all this. This is not the way the world operates. People compete against one another. The other people are not going to give up their control of your communities. You're going to have to take control from them. They're not going to give up jobs in the name of some human kindness. They're going to maintain those jobs. If you're sitting around waiting for ethnic groups to give you your fair share, you'll be waiting forever. The idea is you have to compete, and you have to prepare yourself to compete. Our children, and they go on here, but let me just read a bit from a reporter who visited these schools, and I have many reports about this school. It is unusual to hear second graders reading out of eighth grade textbooks. This is something black folk have given up. Or a 5-year-old reciting the preamble to the U.S. Constitution. But at Marcus Garvey School in Los Angeles, such things happen every day. These are not unusual schools. This school is not a school for exceptional children. It does not select and pick these children. And you know another thing it does? It tries not to hire educated teachers with degrees. Yes, yeah, That's right, it works very hard, as much as possible, to keep teachers with the credentials out. They train their own teachers, you see, and develop the kind of teachers they need. If you know yourself well, if you know the world you live in, you know immediately that no matter how credentialed teachers are today, they're not fit to teach African children. You will know that. You will also know then that you as an African people, we as an African people, must train the people who will teach our children. We must define the kind of education that they must have. We cannot let another people set the standards for credentials and so forth and impose themselves upon our children. No people who are sane, no people who are concerned will let another people set standards for who teaches their children. Any people who love their children are very careful about the kinds of people they let come into contact with them. That is why white folk, before they let you come in contact with their children, will make you go through 11 dozen years of white education before you can get to them. Because they want to make sure that you've been appropriately indoctrinated, your values have been appropriately twisted, your whole outlook on life has been appropriately set up so that you can maintain them and their way of life. But we're the only people who say, oh, you got a BS, you got a BA, you got an MS, come on in. You know, it doesn't matter what you think, what you feel, or anything. We call that what? Qualified. No, it's not qualified. Now, he goes on here to say, in Los Angeles, it happened every day. What is even more interesting is the fact that all of the more 300 students are black. No white folk in here. In mid-April, at the African People's Conference held at Compton Community College, I watched youngsters from the Garvey School put on a demonstration of academic prowess, the likes of which I had never seen before. A 4-year-old girl spelled words like bizarre, pharmaceutical, sardonic, impeccable, and when asked, knew what they meant. A 9-year-old performed algebra problems, 9-year-old, all right, performed algebra problems on a chalkboard set up on the stage, and 2 tiny tots had to stand on a chair in order to demonstrate their ability to write their names and the alphabet on the chalkboard. Claim your Africanness. I'm telling you, when you claim your Africanness, you're going to get your mind back, and you're going to get your intelligence back, I'll guarantee you. At Marcus Garvey School, 4th graders regularly work from 12th grade textbooks, and academic excellence is the rule, not the exception. And the principal of that school states this: we will spot any white school in the country 3 grades and outperform them in reading and math. Okay? This is the confidence that comes from knowing who you are and what you're about, and knowing your potential as a people. You don't have to beg and crawl and lay down in the street to go to school with other people's children to be the greatest intellects in the world. There's no need of it. You didn't do it before. Why do you need to do it now? In 1978, he had an opportunity to prove his statement. At the end of the term, identical tests were administered to both the Marcus Garvey 3rd grade and to the 6th grade of a public school for gifted children. The Garvey School third graders scored higher on both reading and math. 3 grades ahead, gifted children, gifted white children. And I can talk to you about other cases here that I have here where even black people in public schools who became dedicated to their public schools achieved. The schools who this is by Dr. Barbara Sizemore, who studies effective black schools. The children who attend this school live primarily in public housing, the Bedford Housing Authority, that is on Bedford Avenue. We're speaking here in Philadelphia. And a low-income census zone surrounds this school. 77.9% of these children get free and reduced lunch. Around 78% come from single female-headed families. And also the turnover rate in the school is 57%. That means every September, 57% of these children don't show up. They go to some other school or they transfer or whatever. In this school, in the past year, 1989, on the California Achievement Test, which was administered in April of 1989, 91% of these children scored at or above the national norm in mathematics, with 55% in the top quarter nationally. This is a school which is 98.9% African American. This was the highest achieving elementary school in the city in mathematics. Not of black schools, but schools in general, of white schools and others. There are other instances mentioned here as well of the Madison School in Philadelphia, again in a so-called poverty-stricken area. The African American children in Madison School have reached or exceeded the national norms in reading and the white norms in the system. Pittsburgh has 3 norms, the black norm, the national norm, and the white norm. These children have exceeded the white norm in reading for 5 years in a row at the Madison School. So what are we saying here, ladies and gentlemen? We're saying here that we have it well within our capabilities as a people to take the schools that we have to advance the intellectual development of our children, to educate our children in any way we see fit, if we come to know ourselves and if we take responsibility for ourselves. And it is no great mystery as to how this is done. I have here a reference to an article, I think it was last Sunday's New York Times here, magazine, no, it was February 21st, We Shall Overcome, this time with algebra, talking about the Bob Moses story and Project Algebra, and how he is taking an educational approach based on the history and experience of African people and using that educational approach to advance the intellectual development of black people in mathematics. Another story here in the Newsweek magazine of September 23rd, 1991, with the cover was Cleopatra Black, an interesting magazine in itself, that talks again about this black school in California, where students pursuing the African ideal at their early morning assembly called by a Kiswahili name, the school's 42 students, all African American, pledge to think black, act black, speak black, buy black, pray black, love black, and live black. Students sing Bob Marley, not Francis Scott Key. They recite Langston Hughes and not Vachel Lindsay. We have a rich tradition to share, says the executive director, who wears African attire, and a bright future. The Academy's graduates are the only blacks in the local high school's advanced placement classes. In other words, where you see an African-centered curriculum, where you see African people acting on the basis of their African history, you see African intellectual development and superiority occurring. An older magazine you might find of interest in your library, published September 1982, Discover magazine, with an interesting question. IQ, are the Japanese really smarter? You know, a lot of people asking that question today, right? And I think it's interesting here to note the dramatic evidence that there is a disparity between Japanese and American IQ levels appeared in the May issue of Nature, that's the science magazine journal. In a two-page report, Richard Lynn, a British psychologist, cited that in a single generation, now what you keep this in mind, the national mean IQ score in Japan has risen 7 points. By the way, the mean IQ score for black people has also risen over time as well. And you can raise the average IQ of people. Do not believe in this mythology that your IQ is fixed at birth. People can be taught to be intelligent and can learn to be intelligent. To a great extent, the history of African Americans has been a learning, but a learning to be dumb. It takes intelligence to learn even that. And so, yes, we learn very rapidly. It's not smart to be smart. It's smart to be dumb. You know, that takes a certain amount of reasoning, doesn't it? And perception. You know, you young people there, you learn when your peer groups will call you a nerd for being smart, when you are excluded or rejected because you study, or when they call you a white boy, a white girl, or tell you you're acting white because you read, because you study, because you turn in your homework. You learn very rapidly, don't you, to give it up, to put on the dumb act, to actually become dumb, to work hard at being dumb, so you can be what? Accepted and loved. That's a smart move, right? It's a smart, dumb move. And yet, so many of our people get it. That means, though, that there was enough intelligence there to see on which side the bread was buttered. But here then, within a single generation, the IQ raised 7 points. And the average IQ for the country's younger generation was the highest in the world. Moreover, according to Lynn's figures, about 10% of Japan's population has an IQ level of more than 130, while only 2% of Americans and Western Europeans achieve that score. Lynn calculated that a full 77% of the Japanese have IQs above Western European and U.S. averages. Now, let me just hook into some here. Does that say that they were naturally smarter? Let's look at this. By correlating Japanese and American results, Lynn determined that the average Japanese score was 111 compared with the U.S. score of 100. His study did not ignore Japanese adults. Even among those born as early as 1910 and through the groups born in the 1930s and 40s, Japanese consistently scored a few points higher than Americans. But the great mental leap forward, but this was not always the case now, and get this sentence, a lead of 11 points over the Americans did not come until the generation born after World War II. In other words, the Japanese IQ did not surpass the American IQ until after World War II. You say, why did this occur? In other words, the myth that the IQ is fixed is just that, a myth. And as they explored the Japanese schools and explored the Japanese experience, they looked directly at it. Not only did they recognize that the Japanese youngsters stay in school 240 days compared to 180 days in the American schools. And actually, when you count up the amount of time American teachers have to struggle to quiet an American classroom and bring children to order, that difference in class time is probably 360 days to 180 days, you see. So there's no great mystery as to why they are performing the way they do. One quick thing, and I'm through here in a second. In Sendai classroom, we're talking about the Japanese classroom, mathematics consume 25% of first grade classroom time. What do we talk about in education? Time on task. In other words, there is a correlation between the amount of time people put in on a subject and the achievement in that subject. And before you run off into any mysterious genetic explanation as to what is happening to our children in these schools, look first at the amount of time they actually spend studying. And you might find that a good deal of the answer is just right there. In Taipei, that's in Taiwan, 17% of the time is spent studying mathematics. In Minneapolis, 14%. In the 5th grade, the average classroom's time spent on the subject was 23% in Japan, 28% in Taiwan, and 17% in Minneapolis. Homework counts too. In Japan, 1st graders spend an average of 4 hours every week at homework. In Taiwan, they spend 8 hours a week. In the US, they spend 1 hour and 20 minutes. So is there a difference? Is there any mystery to it? By the 5th grade, the average homework minutes were 6 hours for the Japanese, something like 13 for the Taiwanese, and 4 for the Americans. The author concludes, all this suggests to Stevenson that it is indeed the environment rather than heredity that enables the Japanese to perform so well in testing. That Americans, if they are beginning to feel inadequate, should be concerned not about their mental endowment, but about their educational system. Look at us African people with a magnificent genetic inheritance. Look at what the possibilities are for us. If we claim to know who we are, if we embrace our African identity, and if we came to love our African self, if we came to have confidence in ourselves, and if we as a people decided to take responsibility for ourselves, we have been given the most talented children on this earth. We've been given the best brains on this earth. It only now matters that we use them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I don't know what to say after that, but if you could just hold on a couple of minutes, one of the things we like to do is have a brief question and answer period. Some of you might have questions relating to some of the things that Dr. Amos Wilson talked about that you can have a little dialogue on. So we're going to take about 5 minutes. You can stretch your leg, go to the bathroom. We have some books outside. There's some tapes also of this lecture that will be available for sale upon completion. And I think there's some drinks or something like that outside. So if you can take about 5 minutes, we can come back and get some of your questions answered. Thank you.
You suggest.
Okay. Of course, to ensure that the race prospers would mean that the individual would have to join the collective in some way and join in collective action, because the race cannot prosper with individuals acting as individuals, but with individuals acting as groups. And that means then we should join groups and be part of groups that are about achieving particular and specific things that advance the interests of our race. It means then that we should examine our own capabilities, interests, talents, and inclinations, and look around for a group or create a group that has a mission that's very important to our advancement as people. We should learn how to even operate in groups and to operate as parts of groups, because power, by definition, essentially is a group function, not an individual function. And power is not possessed by individuals, it's possessed by individuals who belong to powerful groups. And powerful groups gain their power from the nature of their organization and by the strategies and tactics they use in reference to other groups and in reference to the problems that they're solving, you see. So when you look, say, in the 1960s during the Civil Rights era, look at the tremendous power that was generated by black folk walking together, you see, or black folk sitting at a lunch counter together, or black folk deciding just to line themselves up in a particular way, are black folk deciding not to do something together, not to ride the bus together, not to shop, you see. And it is when we then become part of group actions that we then multiply our individual power, and then we advance our race and nation as a group and as a people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This question is, of course, for you, but I would like you to direct the answer directly to the young people that are gathered here today. And it has to do with the surplus population that you mentioned, all right? By the middle of the next century, the world population will double. There's an increased mechanization of labor. There's also going to be a shortage of water, all right? This will inevitably bring about, also I'd like to add to that, there's also a shrinking in the world's grain production is not keeping up. So when you have such a large group of people, I'm talking about African people globally, that are going to be basically, who cannot defend themselves, nor find a place within the economic niche in the world. Basically, I think that these children are going to have to be taught that they're going to have to struggle for their position in the world.
Yes.
That there's going to be increased conflict, not less.
Right. Okay. Thanks for bringing that up. It's a very, very important question and a very, very important issue. Because, of course, when I was talking about the crisis in white supremacy and the economic crisis, I wanted to get across the point that crisis also represents opportunity. We should not look at then those things that I listed and assume then that means we should give up. As I think Richard Nixon, someone says, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And in a sense, when I read the kind of thing that I read and I talk about the kind of things that I'm talking about, I'm talking to the tough. And so if you're truly tough, then this should be an invigorating message. It's not a message to depress you, but to really motivate you to say, hey, if the world's resources are getting smaller or are shrinking, if there's increasing scarcity, then it is time for me, and I'm speaking in terms of our people, to see to it that we get an appropriate share of those resources. To a great extent, when we talk about racism and we talk about the status quo, to a great extent, the status quo is built on the idea that resources are not limited less. And therefore, some group tries to organize not only itself, but other groups so that it can get its share or more than its share of the limited resources. And as we look then and see these resources becoming more and more scarce, our job opportunities become more and more scarce, we have to become very tough-minded and decide that we are not going to be the people with on the short end of the stick. It's very important for you to notice, to learn to read business statistics and to learn to read employment statistics. Why, for instance, do you get the statement that the economic system grew at a rate of 1.6? You know, you hear that often. Or the economy grew at 1.8. Well, what does that really mean? What it really means is that if you have a growing population, the economy has to grow as fast or faster in order for the new people coming into the job markets to have jobs available to them. An economy that is not growing or that is going too slow, that it is not creating new jobs or not creating enough new jobs, it means at some point the population and the number of people who may even be qualified for jobs will outnumber the number of jobs available. And as I told you earlier, this creates severe problems. This means that often a nation which may at one point had peaceful relationships between ethnic groups, and may at one point had law and order, may because now each group is struggling to be the one to get the lion's share of the jobs because there are not enough jobs going around. That means that nation then may start becoming disorganized. That means crime increases, racism may increase, just general social order can change. So this is the reason why you have to recognize that this dream that black folk and white folk are going to live together one day, and that, all of us are going to, black and Chinese and Japanese, everybody's just going to have a wonderful time. That is based on an assumption. It is based on the assumption that the U.S. economy will continue to grow at such a rate that it will have enough jobs and opportunity available for all people. If it grew at that rate, then you could possibly have that dream come true. But if it does not grow at that rate, that means that you got a lot of people competing for scarce resources. We are now at that stage in this country. We're not only at that stage in this country, we're reaching that stage in the world. The economy in Africa, for instance, on the whole, is only growing at about 1.2%. And yet, its population is growing between 3 and 4%. That means the number of people that are being born, the number of people who say theoretically may be trained for new jobs, is 3 times the number of jobs available. That is a scenario for economic disaster. When you compare that to the amount of water available, and when you compare that to the amount of food that is available, which is of course related to water and other things, you can begin to see that Africa will be beset with tremendous political and economic problems as its population outstrips its resources and its growth. The United States, if Clinton does not create new jobs, does not to some degree reindustrialize this country, will also be facing a similar situation. And there's only a couple of solutions to this problem. And that is either you get used to living in chaos and a tremendous amount of ethnic conflicts and fights, or some ethnic group is going to have to pay the price and disappear. Or some ethnic group is going to have to increase its productivity and growth such that it can feed its population. And that means that the African nations are going to have to speed up their economic development and their growth, learn new scientific methods and do other things in order to feed their population and to increase the quality of life. But, ladies and gentlemen, the same thing is true about Africans in America. The African American population today must see itself now as a nation. And instead now of merely trying to educate children for jobs that do not exist, the African American nation in America must come to create jobs. It must now make jobs. The children now must be trained not for jobs, but be trained to become employers and job creators. The children now must be trained to take the economic infrastructure, which is in the hands of other groups, away from those other groups, so that they can gain the wealth that's in those businesses. Not only then must the African American community take over its economic infrastructure, and yes, I mean move Koreans out. Yes, I'm very upfront about that. And I mean move any other ethnic group out. It's not exclusive to Koreans. You either got a choice. You're going to give your money away and let other people cart it out and feed their children while your own starve and go into crime and criminality and suffer, or you're going to use your own money to feed your own children. This is not a statement of hatred against Koreans or a statement of hatred against the other people. It's not a statement of hatred. It's a statement of love. It says you love your children enough to see that you spend your money in a way that they can be the primary beneficiaries of it. You understand? It has nothing against the other people. It's for yourself. You don't owe other people a living. You do not owe the Koreans a living. There's nothing that says you owe them a living. As I've said before, I've seen black men die on the soil of Korea. I've seen black tax money go to fight wars in Korea. I've seen black tax money go and build highways and build the Korean industrial infrastructure. I've seen black money in the armies and the navies that protected South Korea from North Korea, and protected South Korea from China. So why do we feel that we owe the Koreans a living when they come to America? I've seen black tax money come back in the form of Korean investment wealth and invest in the black community. And I've seen the Koreans look upon us the way white folk look upon us, and some Negroes feel obligated to support them. You don't owe the people a living. You must know what's going on. So finally then, you must take over the economic infrastructure of your own communities, but you can't stop there because there's not enough wealth there to feed all of our people. We then must invade the general economic system itself. So the children must be educated to now take economic power from the general system. And not only then must you take that power from the general system, but you now must engage in international trade, export-import trade, to create jobs for your people and ultimately build a Pan-African economic system. Because the people that survive today are the races that have economic centers of their people across the world. See, the European not only spread African people across the world, which weakened African people, but the Europeans spread themselves across the world. But in spreading themselves across the world, they built economic networks, banking relations, commercial relations, and other kinds of relations based on their Europeanness. This is what allowed them to develop a global economic system. Now today, instead of us seeing our being spread across the world as a problem and as a weakness, it can become the source of our strength. It means then that we can build economic relations between blacks in New York City and Los Angeles and all in between, between blacks in America and in the Caribbean, in Central and South America, between blacks in the Caribbean and in America, with blacks in Africa and blacks all over this world. But it must be based on what? A sense of Africanness and a sense of one peopleness. And when you have that, you can, despite these statistics, begin to transform your situation. And if need be, you might be able to even move other people out of their places to make place for yourself. Even a lot of people think that's immoral, but that's the way the world works. What can I tell you? People have not hesitated 1 minute to move us when it suited their needs. And our not moving them when it suits ours is not going to save us from being moved by them. So we have to face up to the fact that we have some dire circumstances. Yes, ma'am.
As you mentioned earlier in your lecture, the population schools now are such that the classes are overcrowded. How can we help our young people when the classes are overcrowded and teachers are quite naturally get impatient? If a child is not walking in a straight line and holding their hands for 6 hours and keeping quiet, how can we help them with their self-esteem when they're knocked down by the teachers in the classroom?
Well, there are a number of things we can do. Of course, the ultimate thing we must go at is try to get the teachers out of the classroom. That's a long-term goal. One of the reasons why I'm writing this book, Developmental Cycle of the Black Child, Awakening the Natural Genius of Black Children, the next book will be Educating the African American Child for the 21st Century. Because I'm trying to lay down a rationale, a theoretical and practical basis for how black children can be educated within the context that you mentioned. I'm also trying to lay down a basis and a rationale that we can take to the schools of education and say, look, we want the curricula of these schools changed to meet the needs of our children based on this information, based on our psychology, our knowledge of ourselves. We now want to set the standards for credentials. Since whites are no longer in these schools, we do not see any reason why the standards set for white folk should any longer be operative in these schools, you see. So we have to now examine the credentials, we have to examine the teacher training, and now just as actively as we moved in the 60s against certain injustices, we now have to move intellectually and otherwise in this moment to change teacher training. The book I'm writing proposes what I call a theory of education. Do black children learn according to a different style than whites? And why do they learn that way? If we assume that they do, then what method of teaching is best for that style? Now, we have the information, we have the research information, we have the factual data to be clear on these issues. Now we have to go to the powers that be, and we have to become the powers that be and say, look, we want the schools to be restructured in this way to meet these standards. The other thing is, of course, we have to maintain surveillance. Teachers and people can only get away with that behavior if they are unwatched by a community. And if the community does not represent itself, either formally or informally, in the school situation, such that it can prevent this kind of behavior. This can only occur when parents have abandoned their educational role and are not a part of curriculum training and not a part of the standards by which children are taught and schools are run and principals are selected and teachers are fired or whatever, you see. So when parents abdicate their natural right to surveil what is going in the school, their natural right to be a part of school governance, their natural right to go to district meetings and other meetings to demand change, then you're going to have that kind of behavior. The other thing that can be done, of course, to a great extent, the education in self-esteem, the education in self-confidence and so forth, is really the responsibility of our culture. That basically has to take place in the home and in the cultural institutions that we have, such as the institution you have here right now, you see, where both adults and youngsters are educated in the culture. This takes place in after-school programs, which can occur in the schools themselves, you see. In other words, after the formal school is over, then let the cultural education, the tutoring, the support take place. Weekend schools. Ultimately, if you have taken over the economic infrastructure of your community, if you have aggressively moved into the American economic system, if we have built the kind of trade relations with Africa and with the African diaspora, we then are in a position to exert real power in America and use that power to redesign schools. But we are also in the position to build private schools and to support the kind of schools out of our own funding that we want as a people, you see. And that's one reason why I'm talking about taking over the infrastructure. See, taking over the infrastructure is not that we just replace the people for the hell of it, but it means that the monies that we gain from this can be used to build a school system, can be used to build recreational centers, cultural centers, other kind of centers that can make up or more than compensate for the problems in the public schools. Yes, ma'am. I'll cut them short here because our time is running out.
For African American students who are getting ready to go to colleges, what is your opinion about African American students who are going to black colleges as opposed to going to integrated colleges?
Of course, I'm a product of a black college, but not only for that reason, I without hesitation recommend the attendance of a black school for a number of reasons. First of all, do not fall victim to the myth that because it's black, it's inferior in its educational qualifications. If you study the history of African American people, you will recognize that our most intellectual people, our leadership, and so forth has come right out of black schools and colleges and universities. And this not only is because of the academic quality of these schools, but also just because of many intangible qualities that you gain. The quality of being amongst your own people, being amongst your own people and seeing them express their intellectuality, seeing an institution run by your own people as such and being a part of that institution becoming sensitively aware of the needs of your people and what our people face and what our people must do, the kind of spirit that you get when you go there. The idea that you're not being educated solely for your own individual existence, but your education is tightly bound up with the advancement of your people. It's no way that I could have seen in terms of my education and my career being separated from the struggle of black people. It was inconceivable because we came up under that kind of structure. Even when the academic equipment and so forth may not equal pound for pound what you see in white schools, it's often more than made up in terms of the determination and stamina that you learn and develop from going to these schools. And this is true, this can be attested to by the fact that when you measure black students coming from black schools going to white graduate schools and compare them with black students who've gone to predominantly white schools going to graduate schools, you'll find that the black students going to predominantly black schools, southern colleges, do on the average better than those who've gone to white schools as such. So you're not going to suffer a handicap by going to a black school. And of course, since all of us can't go, I'm not saying if you can't go, don't go. If you happen to go to a white school, or predominantly white school, you can still maintain your black consciousness and your black sense of self. I went to a university here where there were as many as 3,000 black students in one college there, the Virginia Commonwealth University, which means that that black student body in that white school was larger than many black colleges. So if you then become a part of the African-centered student group, you can maintain your African integrity and survive as an African person, even in the midst of white folk. So the key thing then is to maintain a sense of yourself and a sense of who and what you are, and maintain your African identity no matter where you are, among whom you may be. And if you do that, you'll survive it, and you'll do well. Yes, sir.
Since welfare is used to pacify the poor people, can we look upon President Clinton's proposal to take people off of welfare in 2 years as something as a start of a new movement after you take those people off of welfare?
No, you just laugh. That's all you do. It's a joke. You can't take the thing seriously. That's what we call for political consumption. We get that kind of joke all the time. Workfare instead of welfare. I mean, just look at the ludicrousness of it. How are you going to make work for welfare people when people who aren't on welfare can't find any work? You know, we're talking, what did we just get through talking about? The laying off of what, thousands of people? Hundreds of thousands of people? And Clinton is going to perform a miracle and create work for people on welfare? When people who already are on jobs cannot maintain even the jobs they have? Come on. This is a joke. You laugh at stuff like that. You don't even take it seriously. There's nothing new about that. It's one of those games that a president plays because he feels obligated to make the statement in order to get his main program through, you see. And so when he's asking white folk to pay taxes, increase taxes, when he's talking about increased taxes on corporations, when he's telling these people that they're going to have to make sacrifices, what can he ask the poor to do but sacrifice their welfare? You see, to make it appear that everybody is in this thing together. And so it, in a sense, takes the edge off of what he's asking white folk to do to make it appear to them that he is getting on those welfare loafers, you know, in a way that he's asking everybody else. But that's not come true. This idea of getting people off in 2 years is a farce. Plus, plus just a quick aside on this. What if you did get people off on welfare and you really trained them to work? And you trained them, let us say, to be computer operators, right? And now you decided that since they're on welfare and they must work, you can get them to work for $4 an hour. What will happen there? You can replace those who are already on that job working at what? $10 or $15 an hour. You understand? So you have to be very careful with these kind of idiotic statements because they really are just that. The idea of getting people off welfare and you're going to work them. The other thing I must bring to you while we're at this also feeds into the mythology that welfare is a major cost factor in the U.S. budget. And that simply is not true. The people who get the most money out of the U.S. government are people who make $50,000 and above. People who make $100,000 a year get more money from the government than people who make $10,000 and under. Understand what I'm saying? So there's a myth that the people on welfare are the ones that's causing the problem. Not at all. It's groups that you wouldn't even know. And it's that famous middle class that gets a lot of the money. You see, if that middle class, you get that middle class that tries to say it's so self-determining that they make it on their own, tell them to really look at their tax credits. Ask many of them, how many of them will turn down the FHA loans? How many will turn down the loan guarantees by the government and so forth, which supports middle class life? One day we'll talk about the whole thing, but there's a great deal of unfairness, a great deal of deception, a great deal of nonsense that's being laid out about welfare, people on welfare, and all the other stuff. You can only get over this, though, if you really read and come to understand what is actually going on in the world and act in your own political interests. Thank you very much for your attention. It was great being with you.